Thank you for giving me the heads up, Ed. Ed, I would rather know. I'd rather know, mate. Thank you. Um, I'm I'm angry more than anything, to be honest with you, Ed, because it's no need for that, either just for a discussion. Oh yeah, because it's uncalled for and the lies. But don't worry, I'll get the bottom of it. Pick up the six. Yeah. I know, mate. Where was it? Where was it, Ed? On Speaker's Corner? Okay, Sky, it's not the right time to come on at the moment. Thank you, my dear. Sorry. Yeah, you're keeping safe, and you, Sky. And Sky, yeah, sorry I didn't reply to you, Sky. Call some of your friends, Sky. Of course. Ed, where did she do it? On her station? Yeah, was it, you said in a room, was it on her channel or on a, or that speaker's corner thing? Okay. Did you screenshot it at all, Ed? All right, it was in that, yeah. Okay. Hmm. Well, thank you, mate. I owe you one. Yeah, well, firstly, there's someone going around telling lies. And don't worry, that's all documented because I've got their they think under a different name, causing trouble and doing like that. They think, I think, so they're gonna be not gonna say anything else. Oh right, okay. Don't know if Dave will come back. No, mate, I know it just happened. Obviously, you don't have to do much, do you? Really, you only have to disagree. Anyway, pick up 11. What you all been up to? All right, Tina. How you doing? All right. Oh, do you, Sky? Maybe it'll happen one time, mate. It's because of all the virus at the moment, isn't it? Oh, sorry to hear that, Tina. Ed. Yeah, also, very interesting stuff. Hope you all been keeping well. I will be talking about. Actually, I could do it now. Actually, so let me tell you the condition I've got. I've got a thing called dyspraxia, and It's a thing with coordination, speech slurring. My journey, didn't know all through my childhood I didn't have it. I didn't know I had it. Always had trouble with certain things. And I got diagnosed it when I was about 41. And yeah, and life's been a little bit difficult. Yeah, there's just certain things and that. If I knew, I wish I got diagnosed it earlier in my years. Um, I'm going to just play you a thing about dyspraxia.
Hi, and welcome to Griffin Occupational Therapy. I'm Kim Griffin. Today, we're going to be taking a look at praxis, or the term that you might more commonly be familiar with, dyspraxia. The term dyspraxia originates from two Latin words, dys, meaning difficult or bad, and praxis, meaning action. If we put these together, we get difficulty in doing actions. In the sensory world, we like to think of action in terms of movement. So praxis is the ability to organise movements, and dyspraxia is when a child has difficulty organising and making movements. When a sensory integration trained occupational therapist uses the term dyspraxia, they're not just referring to a little bit of clumsiness. A core element of dyspraxia for a sensory trained OT is that the child has difficulty with ideas, planning, and organisation of their movements. Let's break these down. Ideation is the first element. Ideation means coming up with an idea, or having the idea.
Coordination, Ed, and my speech, word slurring.
The second element is planning. Planning is the figuring out how to do your idea. So, with the Lego, you might decide that you need all of the long bricks to create the outline of your castle. You then might plan where the doors go and where to put the windows. Whilst building, you're constantly figuring out which blocks to put where and how to bring your idea to life. The final element is doing. Doing is the part where your body moves. So for Lego, it involves using your fingers to put the bricks together and having the ability to line the bricks up so that they fit and they click together. This also includes making sure you push with the right amount of pressure or force. In order to have dyspraxia, sensory integration therapists would expect that there is difficulty with at least two of these areas. Some people with dyspraxia may have difficulty with all three areas. So they're not just clumsy with their movements. They must have difficulty either thinking of what to do and or figuring out how to do what they thought of to do. So in summary, praxis consists of three different areas. The first is ideation, or coming up with the idea. The second is planning, or figuring out exactly how to do your idea. And the third is doing, so the actual movement when your body moves and you're doing your idea. In order to have dyspraxia or difficulty with praxis, you must have difficulty with at least two of these areas. So you might have difficulty with ideation and doing,
Morning, Morpheus.
or you could have difficulty with planning and doing,
Or you might have difficulty with all three. If you just have difficulty with doing, from a sensory integration perspective, this would not be considered dyspraxia. One other thing that is often seen in children and adults with dyspraxia is difficulty with touch discrimination. We discuss sensory discrimination further in our free introductory online course on sensory processing disorder. You can find more information about this course on our website. The details are below the video. Finally, if you're looking at the sensory processing disorder model by Lucy Miller, praxis or dyspraxia is listed under sensory-based movement. At the time of recording this video, so 2019, sensory processing disorder is still not a formally recognized standalone diagnosis. Typically, children with dyspraxia will be given a diagnosis of developmental coordination disorder, or DCD, as this diagnosis is a formally recognized diagnosis within the diagnostic manuals. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to scroll down to the bottom to hit the like button if you did find this video helpful.
Morpheus.
And if you want to be
My fault,
first
mate.
to hear when we release new videos, do hit the subscribe
Yeah, I'll
button
put some
and
more
subscribe
on.
to our channel. You can also share the video using your favorite social media platform or leave us a comment below. Thanks, and we'll see you next time.
So a couple of weeks back, I kind of found out I have a condition called dyspraxia. And I'm going to play a clip of when I found out.
When you play.
I may have just found out I'm dyslexic.
Oh, I'm not, Tina, because I didn't say much on there.
And have a form of ADHD. And my jaw dropped when I kind of realized. A short backstory, and it's ironic because I'm vlogging this on the platform. I'm vlogging this and I have a podcast, but throughout my life I've always had an issue with communicating, getting basic sentences out. Things that I'm thinking in my head somehow get lost by the time they get out of my mouth, and it's been a real struggle for me. The best way I can describe it is knowing exactly what you want to say, knowing where the end point of the sentence is, knowing what the actual point of what you're saying is. But through the process of actually saying it or getting halfway, the end point, the destination of what you're talking about, of what I'm talking about, is lost. And then I'm in a situation where I've built up the sentence to a point where...
That's it, fill you in, you do. And it's very confusing, mate. Very, very confusing. This is why I'm playing this one.
From my brain. And I'm like clutching at different words or different phrases that I'm trying to...
What did you say you might have, fill you in? Put it in and I'll put a clip up about it.
Right now, because it's mortifying in that moment. And I've had this for as long as I remember. It's just been normal to me. And it's... I mean, it doesn't mean I can't communicate. However, it's an effort. It's an effort every day. And sometimes when my brain's just not working, things just don't come out at all. And it's really difficult when you're having a debate.
Cheers,
when you're trying
bud.
to get a point across, and you can't grab those thoughts that are in there, the points that are in there, because it just disappears. It's like trying to climb a ladder and the spokes are just disappearing as you're climbing it. It's very frustrating. But the point of the story is on Twitter now, Stormzy's had a few interviews recently, and people are pointing out that sometimes he falls over his sentences a bit, like he starts to make a point and then kind of backtracks or sidetracks, so doesn't actually finish sentences when he's in flow. And I see a lot of people, are saying like he needs to be media trained and things like that. But there was one particular tweet which kind of described why it happens, and I read that and I was like, this is what I experienced too. And there was so many other replies of people saying, this is what I experienced. And someone I was working with recently actually told me it's an actual thing, it's an actual condition. And I couldn't remember what the actual term was, but he did tell me it was a form of dyslexia. And what I know of dyslexia
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that it's
mate.
a
I know what
condition
you're saying.
that muddles up letters when you see it. And that's what I've been taught dyslexia is. I had a reply saying no, that is actually dyslexia, and it opened up a conversation on Twitter and in my DMs of so many people that have gone through the same thing and have actually been diagnosed with dyslexia. And that shows me that it has many forms. It has many forms, and it's not just what we know and what we've been taught. And to be fair, I mean, I haven't actually looked into it beyond what I was taught in primary school, which is probably why I've always dismissed it in my mind. And I thought that this stumbling over sentences and not being able to get to the destination of my sentence in real-time conversation, I thought that was just me. But it seems it's not. And additionally, it may not only be dyslexia. Some people were saying that it could be a form of ADHD. And again, with that's a very misunderstood condition.
There you go, Phil.
I always thought ADHD is this when kids in particular are overactive or overstimulated and can't concentrate and things like that. It's not until recently where I've heard a few podcasts, the Dreamer's Disease being one of them, from Alex Manzi's episode with Gabrielle Aplin, where she explains.
I wish I could speak like it. That's what I've got, what he's got.
I was like, whoa.
Jack.
Is that what it is? Because she explained it, having a foggy memory, not being able to concentrate on one thing. Like, for example, if I read a book, like physically, if I would physically read a book, I could read maybe 2 pages before my mind has gone 10 other places. Like, before I can actually bring it back and be like, oh, so you remember you're reading a book. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the first page because your mind drifted after the first paragraph. And side note, this is a big reason why audiobooks have been amazing for me, because I can just take it in and just listen while doing other things. And this whole while doing other things is it's making sense to me why I multitask. If my brain was a internet browser, there would be 100 tabs. You know, documents, articles, YouTube videos, games, like all these different things happening in the background constantly. I find that's how I can function best when I'm doing more than one thing. Even throughout my creative life, where I've always worked and I've always, done music or something creative in addition to that. And what I found is that it does have its benefits, especially in my experience, where I find that I can really think of good ideas when I'm not doing the thing that I should be focusing on. So some of my best ideas come when I have to do something else. You know, so I don't know if it's a bit of a rebel streak in my mind, like, yeah, you shouldn't be doing this thing that you're focusing on because there's this fun thing that you should be doing. So, yeah, just to go back to the point of, I suppose, the many forms of dyslexia and ADHD, I'm just gobsmacked because I never thought it was an actual thing. I always thought it was just what I understood dyslexia was and understood ADHD was, and I didn't think it could come in these different forms. I feel relieved in a way that it's an actual thing. It's not just me feeling like I'm crazy and frustrated. and I'm definitely going to look into this further. I mean, this might be the whole episode, or I might make this as part of an ongoing vlog, because I think I will need to go to the doctors to get referred to someone that can help me understand what this is. Just thinking it explains so much. Even recently, I had an episode, I suppose, where I was trying to just have a normal conversation, and the words weren't coming out. And because I've had that my whole life, it makes me kind of just shut down and not want to talk and beat myself up for it as well. Because it's like, well, how can you not even get out a basic sentence? And the really challenging thing is, in the natural flow of conversation with more than one person, if there's a gap in a sentence, so if I say, yeah, so this time I went down to the shops and I was trying to buy that gives space for someone else to start talking, and more often than not, that changes the conversation. And for me, or anyone else that experiences that, you don't ever get to, well, you don't ever, but for anyone else that experiences that, you don't get to get your point out, and it leads the conversation elsewhere. So it's like, I might as well just be quiet and not talk. But it's so frustrating. And ironically, through this, you know, I grew up singing and performing, and I suppose a part of kind of steering away from that into music production and writing was a way of me being able to prepare my communication so I could perfect it, so I wasn't so vulnerable out loud. It's crazy how your experiences and your insecurities can really shape your life and your decisions that you make. And ironically, now the platform I have is all about me talking on a podcast, on YouTube, or on this vlog, in these episodes. But you know what? This is a work in progress. Today I'm 35 years old, and I've lived with this for my entire life, and every day I get better. And today I feel amazing. I feel really relieved that I've learned about this, and I'm going to look into it further. So thank you so much for my followers on Twitter for helping me recognize what this is, and I'm going to go into it further as well. Hopefully it helps other people that are going through the same thing, especially teenagers, man. Like, it's such a time where everyone nitpicks exactly what you say and the words that you say, and it was a difficult time. So thank you. Stay tuned. Let me know if there's someone that I should talk to, someone I should get on the show that can help with this, that can help explain what this actually is, what goes on in the brain, what causes it, how to cope with it. I really want to hear from you. I have no knowledge in this area whatsoever, so it will be really cool to hear your suggestions. Podcast listeners, thanks so much. I just had to come up. I'm at work. I had to come up and record this as I was seeing it and feeling it. I haven't got my podcast equipment, so the audio is not going to be as good as it.
Hello, and welcome to the latest in the PDA Society's series of webinars run in partnership with leading professionals in the field. Today, we're delighted to have Alison Hart from Children's Choice Therapy Service with us, who is going to talk about PDA and sensory processing. Following her presentation, which will last about 40 minutes, there will be a question and answer session along with one of the PDA Society's trustees for another half an hour or so. Please do ask questions at any time during the webinar by typing in the box under your screen, and we'll go through as many as possible at the end. Just a few practical points first. If you have any difficulties with viewing the webinar, please try to make sure that you have a good broadband connection, 4G or Wi-Fi. And if you're using home Wi-Fi, make sure that no other devices are connected at the same time. You could try using a different web browser, such as Internet Explorer instead of Chrome, or click the alternative stream button under the main window. And please also remember that a recording of the webinar will also be available to watch on demand within 24 hours. I'd now like to introduce Alison Hard. Alison is the Director of Children's Choice Therapy Service, a specialist group of occupational therapists with sensory integration accreditation who provide occupational therapy assessment, treatment and training. Alison qualified as an OT in 1993, working across a spectrum of acute and community services, specialising in neurology. In 2000, Alison transferred to paediatrics and then into NHS management of clinical services. In 2009, Alison left the NHS to begin independent practice to return to more clinical interventions and thorough assessments, specialising in sensory processing and full OT interventions improving functional outcomes. Alison also lectures at the University of Derby. Now, over to you, Alison.
Thank you, Vicky. So hello and welcome to this webinar considering sensory processing disorders and the complexity of the individuals we live and work with PDA. As I'm sure you're aware, as yet we do not have a wealth of credible research considering the links between SPD, sensory processing disorder, and PDA, although experience and anecdotal evidence is clearly growing through practice. Currently in the UK, sensory processing disorder is recognised through diagnostic criteria in relation to autism spectrum disorders, but with little clarity in other areas, which is stopping it being commissioned within the NHS. However, as an independent group, education, health and social care fully interact and request understanding of how sensory processing is impacting a child's behaviours, abilities to engage and learn, and everyday activities. So we know that we are on the right track. So this session is designed to consider what are sensory processing disorders and how does this link to our understanding of pathological demand avoidance. I'm going to give some teaching around what the senses are and how our interpretation of these impact function, with the overall aim that we can have an increased understanding in how it impacts these children, young people, and through into adulthood. So we're going to have a consideration, first of all, of what is sensory processing disorders and how does PDA fit in. Sensory processing is our ability to understand and organise sensory feedback for function. In the 1960s and 70s, Jean Ayres, an occupational therapist and clinical psychologist in the States, was working with children and young people, looking at motor coordination, behaviours, emotional regulation, and still wondering what that barrier was to engaging in everyday activities. And it was here that she established the theory of sensory integration, part of our neurological understanding. She understood that we needed to understand how our bodies worked and how sounds, sight, smells and taste all came together to help us be able to interact with our environment. It also recognises the way the nervous system receives these messages from the senses and turns them into appropriate motor and behavioural response. Sensory processing in itself is recognised through research to impact 1 in 20 children in daily life. And of those, 1 in 6 daily activities are actually impacted by sensory processing disorders, meaning that it stops them being able to tolerate clothes, eating foods they want to, go to bed as they need to, sleep, settle, engage in play, learning, and all of the recognised behaviours. But we know that sensory processing disorder has a broad spectrum of severity. I'm sure there's lots of you out there who would not like to be feeling the texture of velvet, or some people hate the touch of cotton wool, or the smell of petrol, or certain foods that just make you gag. And equally, we will work with children and young people who need 2-to-1 support, who can't tolerate environments, who will even do severity such as self-injurious behaviours and headbanging to try and help them manage everyday life. Sensory processing considers all those aspects. So what happens in sensory processing? We know that we need to lay down neural pathways. So every time we learn an activity, we've laid down a neural pathway and we build on those skills. So when I first learned to sit and to crawl and to walk, my mum probably used chocolate buttons as a good motivator for me. But I would have felt what it was was like to move, to crawl. I got the feeling of the weight through the arms and the legs, the balance that I needed to, until I got to the chocolate button that I wanted, popped it in my mouth, thought that tastes good, a good sensation, I'm going to do that again. If I was to get you to pick up something in your room, I advise you don't, and go and throw it at a target, please don't, especially if it's hard, and you miss, you could have another go. You'd know to change the force, not because you look at your arm and change the trajectory, but that you know how heavy it felt and what force you needed to do that. So we need to engage in repetition and learning to lay down neural pathways for us to be able to carry out an activity effectively. The difficulty being is if we struggle to learn those early development goals through poor sensory processing, then we can't build on those skills and develop effectively. And therefore it starts to impact our behaviours and through even to adulthood and our expectation of the environment. Where we have effective sensory processing, it impacts everything that we do, the choices that we make, the learning that we engage in, our engagement with other people, our social interaction, our behaviours and our functions. But when it doesn't work, equally it impacts those same things that we choose and want to do. So today I'm going to teach you a little bit of neurology. I don't know what ages you are out there. I'm not even going to ask because I won't get a response. But I'm it's in the middle part of life and I'm okay with a computer, but I'm not great. My children are a lot better. They can press buttons randomly and create amazing things. I'm not able to do that, but I can create okay programs and have managed to get onto this webinar today, so I'm feeling quite proud of myself. In many ways, our brain is like a computer. If you press the right buttons on your computer, then it is already pre-programmed to do certain things. It's what we call hierarchical development in the brain. So where we get the right information in, the movements, the senses, and information from our environment, then our brain is able to organise that and produce effective functions, occupations and development. Occupations are the things we do every day, such as sleeping, eating, play, learning, etc. But if we are unable to process that information in the computer, if we can't organise all that information in order and put it in the right hierarchy, then it can end up very confused and impact the outcomes that we see. We know, similarly, that with demand avoidance, using social manipulation is seen in all children, which strongly contrasts with the features of autistic spectrum disorders. In sensory processing disorder, which we commonly see across autism and more recently across PDA, children will also avoid environments, activities and interactions that can feel challenging and overwhelming, trying to create a sense of safety and a sense of control within which they feel they can manage.
I don't know really.
Let's look at the work of John
Phil?
Timmins and think about pathological demand avoidance in terms of teaching. Then we think about the anxieties, the teaching styles, the environments and the support that we need. But if we're thinking about anxiety, sensory processing goes further to say what is triggering my anxiety. What are those first foundational steps that are stopping me being able to tolerate this environment that I'm trying to work within? Am I ready? Am I in a position to be able to learn at this point, at this time, at this day? Am I able to understand this environment, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the tastes, and the proximity of others? And do people really understand me, the things that impact my everyday, the smells that make me feel like I want to gag, the proximity of people that are just overwhelming? And am I in a place that I'm actually able to learn and to engage and listen in the things that I need to do? Sensory processing sits beneath all of that. Sensory processing is the place that helps me coordinate in the morning, whether I know that I need a coffee before I start the day or a glass of wine. Sensory processing will set me up for the day, set me up for being able to engage in things. And it will impact my behavioural presentation, and it defines who I am, who is me. At school, we have to do all things such as PE, sit and learn for tasks, engage with lots of people, queue up, eat the school dinners that are provided, or sit in a noisy lunch hall. As adults, more and more, we are able to choose and select the activities that we want to do, the things that we feel able to engage in, that fit with our neurological processing, our sensory processing. And that's really important. So we're going to go through and consider what the senses are. Normally at this stage, I'd ask how many senses do you think we've got and get a variety of answers. Today we're going to address 7 main senses which is what we tend to work to in terms of
Yeah,
processing.
similar feel. Yeah.
So the first sense is probably a new one to some of you, and it's called proprioception. Proprioception is our awareness of our body position in space. So all the way through your muscles, you've got like little springs. If you remember your physics lessons at school, you may have hung weights on the bottom of a spring weight so that it would move and tell you exactly how heavy something is. In my mind, it's a little bit thinking like that, but there's little springs all the way through your muscle spindles, telling your nervous system to send messages to the brain how much stretch or contraction there is on your muscles, how much force is going through them. We also have Golgi tendon organs which sit within our joints and receptors and where muscles, tendons and ligaments meet bone, etc. And they tell us the forces. So exactly right now, presuming most of you are sitting down, you'll know how heavy you're sat on the chair, or if I dare be a little bit rude and forward, which cheek of your buttock is heaviest on the chair. You will know where your left foot is, your left big toe, without having to look down and see where it is. If you close your eyes and touch your nose, chances are that your finger will land on the end of your nose successfully. You have this awareness of where your body position is in space, and that's essential for everything that we do, everything that we engage in. It is essential for me to sit on my chair, or for me to get up and walk around, to feed myself, to settle to sleep. Predominantly, a lot of people we're considering today will find that really hard to understand and to organise that sense, and will be seeking out more proprioceptive input. That's usually through hand flapping, door slamming, stomping feet, hiding in small places, pushing up against people, squeezy hugs, head banging, running round and round, or running up and down the stairs. Anything that gives increased pressure and forces through our joints and muscles informs our proprioceptive system, telling us where our body position is in space. This has to work with our tactile system, our touch system, which is one you will recognise from memory from school. But our touch system is very, very emotive. I've been married for 24 years and I love my husband very much, but he still cannot seem to work out when to give me a cuddle and when he needs to keep his distance. I'm not sure why he finds that hard, but it seems to be an ongoing problem. We're very careful about when we want to be touched and on what terms we want to be touched. If you're able to, and especially if you're sat with somebody else in the room, then just to touch the hairs on their arms would be quite a good way to explore this. Just by touching just the hairs on your arms, a lot of people will then rub really hard on their arms because that feeling is uncertain and unclear and even quite tickly, and a few people will really like it. Our tactile sense uses lots of different layers through the epithelium, through the skin, telling us whether something was smooth or hard, deep pressure, or whether it was light touch. Hair root plexus, which if you touch the hairs on your arm, are just a light touch, are pretty useless. They tell us about proximity, they tell us about presence of clothing, and those kind of things, but they don't tell us much detail. We rely on our nerve endings to tell us mostly about what something feels like and whether we like the touch and feel of that. Tactile disc, corpuscles of touch, and other methods will tell us if it was deep touch or whether it was light touch. This presents us with some obvious problems. If you don't like that tickly feeling of your hair root plexus being fired off, but presumably most of you or all of you are sat wearing clothes and moving around in the day, you'll be constantly firing that off. If you're constantly thinking about that tickly sensation or where the label is in your clothing or the seams in your socks, then it's very hard to concentrate and engage in what you're doing. But for those of us who are able to sensory process, we have this great neural ability to park information that we're not interested in. So even if I put on an item of clothing that seems quite tickly or has an irritable label, I can often ignore that for most of the day. I can park that information. With having different layers of touch, if I'm stood in a queue and somebody brushes past me, if I'm not aware and not organising and not thinking about what's happening, it can be hard to work out if that was a gentle touch or whether somebody was being quite aggressive towards me, in which case I can respond inappropriately. Someone might have just brushed by me in the dinner queue, but I thought that was quite violent, so I might take a thumb back at them in return, thinking they were being aggressive. Our greatest area of touch receptors to density is in our mouth region, in our oral, and on our tongue. 25% more touch receptors in our oral area than anywhere else, so we understand. It's also the first sense developed within the womb. This means that often we prefer to put things in our mouth because it gives us greater understanding of what something feels like and what that texture is like. But that can also create further on when we think about foods, and we'll come back to that a little bit later. So we're thinking about our body position in space, our proprioception, and that need for more force often and understanding. And we're thinking about our touch sense and how emotive that can be, trying to organise all those different textures around us and things that touch us and we come in contact with. We have one more internal sense. These three are what we call our somatosensory system, our internal regulation. And we're thinking about the vestibular sense, which is our balance and our position against gravity. So within our inner ear, in a simplistic description of it, we have little hairs called the otoliths that sit in a substance called the macula. And as I tilt my head, the macula moves, the hairs lean over, and they inform my nervous system directly to my brain, telling me what position my head is in. If I go up against gravity, all of that density of that substance changes, and for some people we can get that feeling of vertigo, feeling quite dizzy. If I spun you round and round and round on the spot, again, I don't advise you necessarily do it this morning, but if I spin you round and round, then you'll get this sense of dizziness. Exaggeration, but it's like the macula, the substance going round and round like a plug hole, not being able to inform your brain of whether you're upside down, the right way up, or whatever. So you have to rely on those senses of body position awareness, touch, and movement to try and coordinate your balance and regain your balance within space. Our vestibular system, the same as the others, all have to work together. So if I got you now to stand on one leg, and then got you to stand on one leg with your eyes closed, there would be very different tasks. If you've had vision, if you understand your body position in space, you understand touch, and you understand the balance, then you're able to coordinate that movement in line with your other senses. If we take away one of those senses, such as vision, suddenly it all feels very different. So our sensory processing when we're feeling tired or when we're feeling unwell will massively be impacted and can change how well we can present ourselves. So there are three internal senses, our touch, our body position awareness, and our balance and position against gravity. But we also have the senses that you may well be more familiar with, such as sound. Sound is a massive issue for a lot of the people that we work with, not because they've got hearing disabilities or impairments, but just often because they're having to concentrate so hard on, for example, sitting on a chair, working out their body position, making sure there's enough stimulation to know where it is, they don't fall off, managing that balance, proximity of others, temperature, pain, clothing, what they're holding, what they need to do. But suddenly, external stimuli can very quickly be overwhelming. If I'm studying really hard in my office and not concentrating, and one of my children is looking up behind me, they'll usually make me jump. Not because I've had hearing difficulties, but because I've engaged so much.
According to permanent style, it is not hard.
Equally, we have auditory discrimination difficulties. And this is where I find it very difficult to block out sounds. So I've already confessed I'm well into my middle age, and I prefer to have friends round at home because I can hear them. Sitting in a pub, I'm the one going, "Pardon? What did you say? Can you just say that again?" And it gets harder and harder to be able to block out background noises. A lot of our people we work with will work on an on and off system. I'm either listening to all of the sounds in this room, or I'm switching off and listening to none, which can make it very hard in the classroom when we're given instructions. We think we know what we've got to do, so we engage in our learning, but people are calling us and we're not responding. Or we're trying to concentrate on the telly so hard and block out background noises that it's hard then when mum's calling us for tea or whatever to be able to recognise those sounds. So auditory discrimination in its own right can be difficult. The one we often neglect is our olfactory sense, our smell. Our sense of smell links directly to our memories. Reportedly, we can hold up to 10,000 memories related to smell. I'm not sure I hold 10,000 memories of anything, let alone related to smell. But my dad and my grandfather did have a lovely ironmongers and hardware store. There's very few left in the UK now, but there is one in Pitlochry in Scotland. And on holiday one year, I walked in and stood on the map and had all those smells come back to me with all these sort of flashing memories coming by. And I'm sure you will have experienced it, giving someone a hug and recognising it was grandma's perfume. Or all those kind of comforting smells around baking bread and frying bacon. There is a story that goes that two lads were playing snooker in a snooker hall and they had a fight. And one guy got the snooker hall and shoved it quickly up his mate's nose and gave it a shove and gave it amnesia because right behind our nasal cavity is where our memory bulb sits, where we have our brain parts hold all those long-term memories. Smells can easily be overwhelming, and in children particularly. Those who've been in reception class and know that the jumper's been lost, somebody will hold it up and say, "Whose jumper's this?" Or the children will come and smell it and say, "Oh, it's Daisy's jumper." They can recognise the smells that clearly. So when we're going in the entrance of Debenhams and all the perfumes are going, or when the lady that we happen to be stood next to in the pharmacy probably could have had a better shower that morning, that's often why our children will often embarrass in such a way and shout out, why do they smell? It's very hard to be able to regulate and to block out those smells if they get in your way. I remember teaching some special teachers up in the north, and they were talking about their classroom, talking about the smells of disinfectant and wee and other such smells and shaving foam and paint, and they said, it's all right, we can ignore it when we get in there. And we do. It's one of those senses we very quickly park, as we talked about earlier, that information where smells can be overwhelming and mean we can't concentrate or engage in things that we need to do. Another sense that we often take for granted is that of our vision. So in terms of sensory processing, we're thinking about visual perceptual skills. Can we see something that's yellow on a yellow background surface? Can we see a step in the flooring? Can we see that the floor is floating? Can we manage spatial awareness? Can we fill in the gaps and see what we need to do? Can we isolate the teacher from that really busy wall of all amazing displays and learning programs that are behind him or her? So visual perceptual skills are something that we take for granted, as I say, but they do massively impact. If you did the task earlier of standing on one leg for balance and then closing your eyes, you'll see how much you rely on your visual sense for what you do. If, for example, I ask you how many legs this elephant has, and give you a moment to consider that. Many of you will say that makes you feel quite weird, that you find it quite hard to work that out. It's just dots on your computer screen. If I was to show you just a trunk and a big ear, or a tusk, you would know immediately that it is an elephant. We don't look at everything fully. We fill in lots of the gaps in the way that we look at things. But a lot of our children, particularly that we're working with, and others with sensory processing disorders, have to really concentrate and engage to understand the whole context of what it is they're looking at. A place called Puzzle Room in Keswick. If you go to Keswick, I firmly recommend it as a holiday destination, and go down this side street and find the Puzzle Museum. This gentleman is standing upright, but the room is angled at 45 degrees. My in-laws live near there, so I go there quite regularly. I know, because from early on, I learned how to crawl and I learned how to walk. I know proprioceptively how my body works, how it walks along horizontal floors, alongside vertical walls. I've got all that orientation, my visual perceptual skills of what a room looks like. When I go into this room, as you can just see in the picture, I can roll a snooker ball on the snooker table and it rolls uphill. I know it doesn't roll uphill. I know the room is angled at 45 degrees. But it feels, for all intents and purposes, that I am rolling the ball up the hill. On the other side of the room, great for an occupational therapist, is a Stannah-type stair lift, and I sit on it, and it rolls me up the stairs. I know it isn't rolling me up the stairs, it's just because the room is built on 45 degrees. That the walls are 45 degrees, and the floor is as well. In that room, I can't walk, I stumble around, the same as you might have done in the old ghost houses in the fairs, where you can see the floors uneven, but you can't adjust all that proprioception in your vision. Just outside of this room in Keswick, there's usually a bucket for people to be sitting when they need it to be there. I'm just trying to get over the point that if we have good visual skills, we very much rely on them to organise our proprioceptive sense, our body position awareness, our vestibular sense, our balance and position against gravity, our tactile and our other senses. And we rely on those. Being in that room makes me feel a little bit what it must be like to have some kind of sensory processing disorder, where things just don't work and come together like they need to. Just by changing one of our senses slightly in that room, suddenly I'm unable to walk, I'm unable to organise my body, it feels out of kilter, and it feels really, really awkward. Okay, another one that we want to think about is taste. Because often, one of the things that we do have control of is what we put in our bodies, what comes out the other end, and when we sleep. So taste, again, can be really emotive. We know we have taste receptors in our tongue and in parts of our mouth, which will understand the messages. We have lots of different food groups, sweet, sour, bitter, salt. Personally, I like savoury and sweet and anything really, and everything that I'm allowed to eat. So as we talked about earlier briefly, it's not just about distinguishing what those tastes are and having that real trying understanding everything that we need to do with sensory processing disorders. But it's about understanding the textures of foods. And we'll often lose children around that early stage of coming off the pureed diet onto the mixed diet where we've got lumps and smoothie textures mixed together because they're very hard to organise. We know a lot of our children and adults prefer to eat the pasta first because if I eat the pasta, I've worked out what that texture's like. I know what it's going to feel like. I've got that sorted. Now I'm going to move on to the sausage because I can work out what that texture's going to be like. I'll do that one next. And then I'll move on to the peas or whatever. To eat those textures and foods separately is a lot easier for me to understand. Therefore, dare I say swear words like yogurt with bits in or mashed potato with bits in are really hard to distinguish and work out within our mouth. We feel really uncomfortable because we don't have that same kind of pleasure. It's important to say at this stage as well, where children have sensory-based eating disorders, that if they find it very difficult to sit to a table, to sit to a chair, they find the smells very difficult to organise, they find all that balance and holding cutlery and managing all that information very difficult because these will in fact impact our motor skills. We don't have feelings of hunger inside us because our proprioception system says we want more input, and we don't understand that need of what the tastes feel like, and textures can feel very disorganised, then we're not going to want to eat. So great theories of let's leave them for a couple of days and then they'll eat anything you put in front of them, unfortunately doesn't work in terms of sensory processing disorders. So there's a whole ethos of things that we need to think about, even when we're just thinking about the food that we present. If I have a crunchy roast potato in front of me, I can touch it with my fingers and know it's hard excuse me, and crunchy. But when I put it into my mouth, suddenly I've got some mush with some hard bits in there. And that isn't what I bargained for. Just gone very quickly through those 7 senses, thinking about our body position, our position against gravity and our balance, and our touch systems, and how they all need to work together for me to be able to organise my body. If I'm engaging in those, then all those environmental senses, things that come at me from the external environment, can be equally hard for me to organise. And they have to be organised together. I can't process taste, and then vision, and then body position. They have to work together for me able to engage in everyday activities. So what happens with that information? The information comes up our peripheral nervous system. That's like our electrical wiring all over our body, our arms and our legs. And it brings that sensory stimulation from those senses that we've talked about, sending messages up to the central nervous system, which will then organise the information and tell our body what to do. If you've got an itch right now, your hand will automatically come up and just give it a scratch. If your hair's in your face, you'll just come up and brush it out the way. If you're sitting uncomfortably, you will just adjust. You don't need to think and process those conscious decisions. The central nervous system will function to coordinate all of that information that's coming in, and it consists of the brain and the top part of the spinal cord. It works with the PNS, the peripheral nervous system, sending those messages back and forth. Overriding that, we also have our autonomic nervous system, which for any education staff out there, I hate to swear again, but it's a bit like the Ofsted of our nervous system. It oversees our nervous system, making sure that it's working as it should. We have 2 parts, and they're worth thinking about in terms of sensory processing. We have our sympathetic nervous system, which is our fight or flight. It's the part that I have control of. Am I going to stop in this situation? Can I do this? You have the physical signs like the increase in blood pressure and heart rate, the butterflies in the stomach, because our GI tract, our digestion system is the only organ that can survive without blood oxygen, so the blood gets taken other places, hence the feeling of butterflies in our stomach. And if we can't reboot our computer, then the parasympathetic nervous system takes over, which is very much like a shutdown. Any shutdowns or blackouts should obviously seek proper medical information to ensure that there's nothing else happening. But it is quite usual for us to have that reboot of our system. A little bit like our computer analogy, when it freezes and we all press the off button to hold it down and to reboot the system. And that's what our parasympathetic nervous system will do. It keeps us safe. It stops us strangling ourselves, holding our own head underwater. It stops us holding our breath for too long. It will just help us to faint and pass out when we're not able to cope. It helps the neurological system, in a way, untangle itself and reboot. Because all day long, our nervous system is trying to organise this information that we're talking about today. If we think about the sensory intake and we think about a fire, If you could smell, I hope you can't, if you can smell smoke, hear crackling, see flames and feel really hot, then your response would be to get up and run out and phone the fire brigade and check that you're as far away and in safety as you need to. If you're too hot, you'll take your cardigan off. If you've got an itch, you'll scratch it. If you're uncomfortable in bed, you'll change your position and regulate. This process has to happen 24/7. Our brain is too busy to be thinking about it, so it needs to happen in the lower part of the brain to be organised. So let's just quickly think about how that actually impacts the presentation of behaviours that we often see. The information that comes through the peripheral nervous system to our central nervous system comes into our brain, and we're going to briefly think about it in terms of the triune brain and the hierarchy. So as the information comes in, it first comes to the primitive part of the brain. That's your fight and flight, your defence, your walking, your sleeping. Things that you don't need to think about, just organising. It should be organising most of your sensory processing as we are speaking so that you don't need to keep regulating. If the reptilian part of the brain is unable to organise something for the body, the hierarchy goes to the next part of the brain, which is the emotional part. Do I want to do this? Do I like this? Does it feel good? Is it pleasant? And if we still can't process information, it goes to the next level, which is the neocortex, which is your conscious processing, the clever part of the computer that does the decision making and the new learning. The problem is, if sensory processing can't happen in that reptilian part, that lower part of the brain, we end up with a traffic jam or a car crash. And that's between, meaning that the brain doesn't get the information properly, and the car crash is between my fight and flight and my emotional part of the brain. I presume I don't need to tell you what that looks like, but it's really not very pretty. It's what we technically call an outburst or a meltdown. Not a temper tantrum, but it's where the fight and flight, the defence and the limbic part of the brain take over. It's the outburst that unfortunately as parents and carers we can't impact. It means that we can't say calm down, or let's go over here, or that's not very rational, or you shouldn't have spoken to me like that. Because every time we talk and communicate, we are just throwing another car into that car crash. If we think back to the computer analogy of our nervous system, it's like pressing lots of different buttons when your computer's frozen. And we all think that we might just press the right button that's suddenly going to make my computer carry on and not potentially lose the saved work that I had. But what has to happen, as with my computer, I am going to have to press the off button and hold it down. It does need to reboot. It's the only way that it's going to organise. So we have to let that calm down happen before we can engage and look at behavioural response. We have lots of different types of sensory processing disorders. We have sensory registration, where we often miss a lot of the sensory cues around us. We don't register that information correctly. We have sensory modulation disorder, which you will see lots about on the internet. Not all correct, but lots out there. The idea that I can't get enough and the right levels of sensory input. So I will seek more stimulation or I will avoid lots of stimulation. So it means that I don't get the right level of stimulation. I'm often seeking or avoiding or trying to get away from things. Sensory discrimination disorder is where I find it hard to discriminate maybe the types of touch or the smells that I've experienced. And all of these can impact our motor response. If I can't organise my body position well, then how am I going to be able to present as I'm clumsy or manage some sports? If I don't have good tactile understanding from my hands, how can I hold a knife in one hand and a fork in the other and watch them both to help them move? Alongside that as well, we also have the understanding of our sensory threshold. So you and I will all have a sensory threshold of what we tend to work in, how we manage. On a Monday morning, mine's quite low. Hopefully at this point on Tuesday, it's a little bit higher and I'm more alert and engaging more effectively. But that's impacted massively by the things that I do. My husband says that my sensory threshold changes for a few days every month. No idea what he's talking about. Whether I'm tired, whether I'm anxious about something, whether I'm unsure of my environment, or what's going to happen. So when we think about the individual with PDA and think of all the social anxieties around that environment and the impacts of being in those environments and the expectations on me to perform, again, that's going to massively change those thresholds and how I'm able to sensory regulate. So this is going to impact future development. First of all, our neurons are born and we lay down those neural pathways. And then we learn our movement patterns, we learn our sensory patterns, and we learn our behavioural patterns. and we like to feel in control of them. We like to know they're going to work with environments. They will elaborate, they will develop as we learn new skills. And we get these highly specific connections between neurons, our synapses, which are just your electrical wiring in the nervous system. But depending on how much we engage, how repetitive we are in our learning, and how successful we are in our learning, can improve how we develop. So we feel that working with individuals with PDA is a massive stumbling block. That ability to want to engage, recognising those feelings and being changed, and wanting to build on them. In sensory processing, we are continually trying to get a balance across the nervous system, trying to calm and alert so that I can tolerate an environment and work appropriately within a situation. We're trying to get that balance across the nervous system, but always, as occupational therapists, leading to function. I've been asked in schools, can you stop this child from flapping? Can you stop this child from wanting to fiddle? Is it a problem that they chew on their sensory chewed arm? If that's what we need to regulate, that's fine. I need a bar of chocolate every day to regulate. I need to get outside for a walk every day to regulate. Chocolate one people argue isn't true, but I'm sure it is. We have our own sensory ways of regulating, and they're really important to get our balance across the nervous system. So we need to think about adapting behaviours and supporting individuals with giving them what we call the just right challenge, the sensory input that they need to be able to develop and change ways of doing things, tolerate different ways of doing things, and build up their sensory motor learning. So we'll use alerting and calming strategies to help maintain sensory regulation. These could be running around games that give more of that sensory input they're seeking, or it could be calming activities which give more of the regulation. We'll use very clear, realistic expectations, making sure that we understand from thinking all the information we've discussed today, how that makes everyday activities hard, going out the door, being in a school environment, going to the shop, all that processing that needs to be done, how hard it can be. We'll use clear instructions and clear rules. I know you've had a webinar with speech and language therapy, thinking how often that we just try and remove as much verbal instruction and even go back to visual instructions, however articulate somebody can be, to limit the additional processing. We try and identify signs, try and understand the sensory processing. This is why we really go out there and work with parents and carers so that people can understand the kind of things that are likely to be triggered and likely to be hard to do. And certainly with our PDA group, we're trying to think very hard about strategies that they want to do. It can be very hard for them to do activities that make them feel different, make their balance systems, their touch systems feel different. It's about finding ways in through parents and carers and everyday activities that are fun games that can give the stimulation that's required. And don't add to the processing. Don't think too much with verbal instructions and verbal communication. And think clearly about what somebody needs themselves to regulate and how long they can tolerate that for. So in sensory processing, we use things such as sensory diets. They're aimed to be proactive rather than reactive. We don't want to see a behaviour and then come swooping in with some fun sensory strategy or game, as all we're doing is reinforcing that behaviour. It's about trying ways through the day with our PDA community to give sensory, to give challenges, to give more proprioceptive input. Fun games like rolling in a blanket and pulling to unroll, swinging around on an office chair is safe, I caution you how to do. Lycra socks, Lycra just from the market, made up into tunnels that can give nice, firm grip and cuddles without contact from somebody else. Having somewhere small space that I can go to and I can get away from it. Boxes of food things that I like that just give me lots of things to touch and feel or to smell that I can explore around. A sensory diet is so individual, there's no way that we can sort of go through all the aspects of that. But what I want you to take from this session is to think about all that information that needs to be processed. If we look at the individuals that we work and live with, we can often see where they're missing because they'll want to touch things or they'll avoid touching things. They'll be flapping or looking for more input. They'll get so much pleasure from slamming doors and deep pressure and throwing things or even hitting out and knowing that they want more proprioceptive input. Or they'll want to spin and spin and spin and maybe never get dizzy, but they need more vestibular input. Creating games and activities that help give them some of that in a positive way that they're prepared to engage with. So I hope today has given you the opportunity just to think around all the impacts of sensory processing and start to look at why we see many of the behaviours that we do and how it can impact a lot of the PDA presentations and our ability to get out there and join in activities. Any occupational therapist that you work with should be HCPC registered. That's most important. You can go onto the HCPC website to check accreditation of any staff. In the UK, our body for most of the training is a Sensory Integration Network, and our governing body is the Royal College of the Occupational Therapists. The sensoryprocessingdisorder.com in the States also links to a lot of research and good articles around sensory integration. There are also some references along with this presentation and some reading that you may want to go and have a think about. Thank you for listening today, and I'm here for a while for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Alison. That was really fascinating and informative, and we hope that everybody found that very useful. Please remember that you can ask questions now at any time in the box underneath your screen. There are also links to many other resources in a box to the right-hand side of the screen, with further information also available on the PDA Society website and Children's Choice Therapy website as well. So we're now going to move on to the Q&A session, and we're joined by Jane Sherwin. Hopefully you're there, Jane.
Hi, Becky, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Jane.
Jane is a trustee of the PDA Society, and many people will also know her as the author of the book My Daughter Is Not Naughty, and she's a parent to a teenager with PDA. So we're going to look through some of the questions. So the first question that we have here is, can even mild sensory processing problems have big effects on behaviour? So
Yes.
Alison, can you jump on that?
Absolutely. Hopefully by going through those senses, that sort of gives you an indication that even if my visual perceptual skills, or I find touch quite threatening, just the fact that some textures or proximity to me is massively going to impact, therefore, how I might socially engage with somebody, how I might tolerate my own personal care, which again can impact then on social regulation. If you take something else, such as I'm just not very sure of my own balance system, I'm positioned against gravity, even going upstairs in a house, or the threat of somebody might actually knock me and push me off balance. All of those little details can build up massively and make me feel uncomfortable, and therefore I might add to avoidance or other strategies that help me manage the environment that I'm in, escalating behaviours and such like.
Great. Jane, anything that you can add to that from a sort of practical parent's perspective?
Well, I'm just thinking, and Alison, I think she's perhaps covered it in the webinar, but I'll just ask to clarify. Can it appear, Alison, that a child may have mild sensory processing difficulties, but their fluctuating levels of anxiety will then in turn perhaps make that sensory processing more acute at different times? Absolutely. That goes back to thinking about the threshold. So sensory processing for a lot of the client group that we're talking about today doesn't mean that they can't do it. It means that it's very, very, very difficult to do. So I have to be in a really good place. I have to get that balance across the nervous system, be in the right place of engagement, and motivated to want to do it. Any anxieties, tiredness, ill health, growth spurts, hormones, definitely the hormones, will all change where my threshold is. So you can suddenly see a massive increase in the presentation of SPD. Yeah, that's really interesting. I think sometimes we can think it's mild, but then if the child's anxious, that sensory issues can suddenly come into play. If you just excuse me for 1 second, please. What I must add into there as well is that often a lot of our children, one thing about children, can manage really well at school, and the teachers will say, oh, we don't see any problems here. If we look under the desk, we can often see the troubles and the difficulties, but then obviously the children will come out of school like an absolute bottle of pop because they've been holding it in and trying to work within those social expectations, and then let off because I need to reboot, I need all that information, I need to sort of re-regulate myself.
That's a really good point, Alison. Yes, I've often likened my son to a shaken Coke can, and I'm the one who has to pull the ring pull at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of questions here that relate to sleep and how sensory processing disorder might impact on a child's sleep, and whether there are any connections and links there. If you could talk that through a little bit.
Absolutely. So there's lots of reasons around sleep. We know that. There's a lot of behavioural and habits that embed themselves around sleep as well. But we thought about the fact that when the sensory information comes in, we have to organise that and respond. A lot of people that we work with will predominantly want more of that sensory information, and you'll see that through fidgeting, flapping, moving, touching, whatever through the day. Very hard then to be, if you can't regulate, it's very hard to get your body in a position that you can settle for sleep. And even if you do, usually a few hours later, your nervous system is wanting more input. So often we'll wake up wanting to flap and move and whatever. particularly for younger children, then if I'm partly awake, I might as well be wholly awake and just have all that input that I want. So we have massive difficulties around that. Often we'll use things such as passive stimulation for the nervous system to see if we can see enough happening in the background. So things like white noise or using a fan as a trial to be after the child asleep can feed the nervous system and tick it over, so can help. Ensuring there's enough stimulation through the night. So we'll use things like bolsters in the bed, rolling up sheets, blankets under the base sheet.
Oh,
Around the child.
Oh,
If
yes.
they're essentially seeking, they're the ones you'll find in the morning that are sleeping between the mattress and the wall for more pressure. Sometimes moving the position of the sleeping child down the bed so that we've got a foot against the baseboard or board or wall so that we can push against, or again another boulder, again can give more stimulation. We'll often think about weighted therapy, which I'm sure you're aware should be around about 10% of the child's weight and no more, and they need to be able to move the weighted blankets they want. But that's just going back to the days of sheets and blankets. A lined curtain or a big heavy bath towel does just the same job. Sleeping bags can give more input. And lycra sheets, so again, just using a piece of lycra that fits around the mattress, sewn down the underside so that I squeeze between the lycra and the mattress and get the same kind of input. Nice smells and curtains or bits of cloth in the bedroom as well can all give more stimulation. And where we're thinking of a child who's often seeking loads more sensory stimulation all through the day, as parents, what we often do then is calm them down for a good hour before bed. So when we turn that light off, they actually then need lots more input. So believe it or not, and I've got lots of parents that will give testimonials to say, yes, actually, for those kind of children, a good pillow fight before bed, a bit of rough play, some deep pressure, all that kind of input can actually be the best way to help them then settle, because then they understand their body best to settle down to sleep. So yeah, there's no end to the considerations we'll give around sleep.
Oh, yes, I am. Yeah, I'm okay, mate. I'm okay.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you, Alison. There were some really, really helpful suggestions there, which I hope everybody was able to catch. We've got a question here that relates to self-harm. And the question is, in terms of self-harm, cutting, etc., how much of this do you think could indicate a sensory need as opposed to it just being anxiety-based?
Okay, yeah. So I don't have any of the research to hand with me, unfortunately, but there is some really interesting research at the moment in our mental health unit.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, mate. I know what I'm saying.
Stop self-injurious behaviours, but also as a part cause to that. We know that when somebody starts to self-harm in a considerable way, their sensory processing is not performing in the same way. They don't feel pain in the same way, so they increasingly want more intensity around that. Certainly when we're looking at things like cutting, trying to seek that sensation. So yeah, there's lots of research that's coming out around it, and we know it plays a part. It is a part, and though we're looking at sensory processing today, certainly as an occupational therapist, it is just part of our toolkit. It has to be looked at alongside behavioural and lots of approaches, and certainly thinking about self-harm, it must be considered as part of other strategies when working in that way. But yes, we know there is evidence to show that sensory processing, that seeking more, that trying to get a better understanding of my nervous system can be part of that self-harm cycle.
I'm not sure whether Jane's back with us.
I am now back.
You are? Okay. I think you might have something to add possibly on the self-harm side.
Yeah, on the self-harm, I think definitely there is a sensory there. And as Alison just said, perhaps what can start as skin picking ceases to have the impact that it once did, and you move on to the next level, which might be cutting with blades to get that same sensation. But from my experience as well, it's also very much linked to the child's mental health at any given time. And engaging in that self-harm as a way of releasing the turmoil that can sometimes be going on within the brain. Feelings of lack of self-worth, depression, spinning thoughts, and so on, that when you feel that bad about yourself, self-harming can sort of release all that confusion that's going on. Obviously, it's not a positive way to do it, and it is then really seeking some professional help and trying to address the triggers that are causing that for the child, to engage in that in the first place, to try and help them with how they feel about themselves and so on, and also to perhaps try and find alternative ways to get that sensation that aren't as dangerous. And that may be, I know, advice that I've been given in the past is an elastic band, not an elastic band, a hairband on the wrist that you tug on that, or holding crushed ice and what have you, so that you're getting that relief, that sensation, but not in a way that's perhaps going to cause long-lasting scarring or the danger element of infections or nipping the veins or something like that. So it may be sensory stuff rolled in as well with mental health at the same time.
Thanks for that, Jane. Right, a practical question about socks here. So, my daughter struggles with getting dressed every day, particularly socks. I've lost count of the amount of money I've spent on different socks trying to find some that she will wear. Do you have any suggestions, please?
Yep. So as I'm sure you're aware, if you've spent lots of money, you're probably thinking about seamless socks. Seamless socks are out there, unfortunately more expensive than they need to be. It depends on the type of sensory processing disorder of what we'll do. Some of the children want more stimulation and prefer not to wear socks at all. Often we'll use sports socks, so the toweling type ones, but dried on your radiator rather than your tumble dryer, so they come out quite crunchy. Sometimes if you can find them, though we seem to be struggling to at the moment, insoles in the shoes turned upside down so you get the bobbly side, can also help through the socks to give some more stimulation when you're walking around, those kind of things. Thinking carefully about the size of the socks. Lots of children actually prefer to have tighter socks, so you don't have any sort of bits sticking out, whatever. You've just got to check circulation to make sure that you're not leaving any red marks and stuff after 20 minutes. But it is more about stimulation. But a lot of it as well is thinking from the sensory processing that the children struggling to sleep through the night, struggling with all that regulation, or like sometimes coming out of school, as we said, they've not had that stimulation through the night. They get up, they're having to go somewhere potentially they find quite difficult. They're having to clean their teeth, which is quite difficult often, get dressed and whatever before they've had time.
No comment, Ed. No comment, mate. Not reacting at all, my old mate.
Massage on the feet, those kind of things to help alert the nervous system and help the nervous system understand what's happening a bit better. Can put the child in a lot better place before you start trying to put clothes.
Don't worry.
Socks,
I'm really calm.
But it's an ongoing battle. There's no easy fix.
Okay, thanks.
Just add that to say, it's a difficult one. We spent many years with no socks being worn at all. Even in winter, we would buy boots that were fluffy inside. So she didn't need to wear the socks, but her feet were still warm. And I suppose you've got that lovely feeling that she loved to feel her fur inside the boot. As we did progress to socks, I just used to keep purchasing lots of fresh socks because the discomfort would tend to come when they've been washed a few times and they get harder, don't they? Some children will prefer that harder texture because it gives them better understanding of the socks. It really is sort of a trial and error, really, of trying different textures of socks and trying what they want to do. And lots of grading, really. So if you are going for the no socks approach, when you do start introducing socks, it's just literally why you go and do something fun and then taking it off before they start to complain. If you've come in from somewhere, say, student socks off, everybody, great, let's have a run around game, let's whatever. Rather than making it something that they've got to go, oh, these feel horrible and whatever, to keep drawing attention back to it. So trying to use a bit of grading can be helpful.
Thank you for that. We've now got a question relating to changes during teenage years. So my daughter has SPD, dyspraxia, and is currently being assessed for TBA. Becoming a teenager has made her symptoms so much worse. Is this an SPD thing?
It relates back to SPD because of the neurological system and how it develops. So as we go into teenage years, that's when we tend to get a lot more maturation of the nervous system, and it starts to sort of reach its full potential. So therefore, where we've got gaps missing, where we've had problems through sensory processing, laying down those neural pathways, we start to often feel those gaps to a greater intensity. We also then naturally have the element where I'm trying to be more independent. I'm trying to fit in with my peers a lot more. So again, that exacerbates and highlights the sensory processing difficulties more. And also difficulties around just hormones and levels of those will change how my nervous system feels, how my body system feels. And as I said earlier, growth spurts as well. So I might get up the next day half an inch taller, and everything that I understood about my proprioceptive system, my vestibular system, doesn't feel quite as coordinated as I used to. And things that we used to find as regulation as children, coming from more cuddles, more impact with people, more time down, we start to lose that as we go into teenage years, and it seems the choice of what's a natural regulation activity, such as rolling over the back of the settee, can again, we don't feel quite as able to do that or willing or feel it's socially acceptable for some. So we avoid those again to exacerbate the presentation of sensory processing disorders. In terms of sensory seekers, often around age 15 to 16, the nervous system will suddenly take a flip and where we were very active, wanting loads of that information, we can often become more sedentary, where we need more stimulation to alert and engage us. So yeah, what I'm basically trying to describe is that the sensory processing system can take massive changes through teenage years, depending on our situation, our age, our own development, and how good those neural pathways were laid down in the beginning. If you've got the dyspraxia again as well, the sensory feeds in to inform our motor learning. So if the motor learning isn't coming out as it should as well, it's not feeding good information back into the sensory processing system. So it all becomes quite a mismatch, which I guess your child's trying to organise now, and alongside all those sort of hormone and regulation and independence learning of being a teenager.
Thank you for that. That was very comprehensive. Jane, have you found any sort of anything in the change in as your daughter's grown from being a younger child to a teenager from a sensory viewpoint?
Yeah, very, very interesting, because Alison just explained it for me.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting. We have self-awareness that kicks in, and so from a presentation point of view, it's more depression and isolation, than the explosions. But linked into the sensory profile, it has gone more from very, very much sensory seeking to not seeking out that regulation. And therefore, is she getting that stimulation that she needs because she's not doing the things, like Alison just said, that she would be doing as a 4 or a 5-year-old? It's very much regressed in avoiding and protecting herself from the world. So there will be lots of aspects where she perhaps needs that input and she's not getting it because you don't engage in the same sort of activities as you do when they're younger. So I'm going to have to think about that. Yeah, and it's not necessarily they don't need it, it's that they become sedentary in it. So you need to alert them. They need a lot more before they alert. It's to do with where the threshold sits. Right. Yeah, that's really, really interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. It does help to sort of answer some queries, and also certain aspects of sensory processing seem to have become more acute with age. I think it changes over time, like you said. Well, ours does. If you sit me on a swing nowadays, I get that immediately, that buzz in my tummy. It feels quite scary. As a child, that was never the case.
Yes, I feel that with the waltzers at the fairground. I used to love it, and the thought of going anywhere near them filled me with horror. So I can totally relate to that.
Yeah, our nervous system is alive and continually changing through our life.
Right, got another very practical question here. A 14-year-old PDA daughter compulsively rubbing her hand and touching family members and school friends' short hair, which is inappropriate and drives her male cousins bonkers. She knows she shouldn't do it, but she doesn't seem to be able to help herself. Do you have any strategies or advice that you can help with this? So, a 14-year-old inappropriately touching short hair. Do you have any suggestions?
It does depend on the 14-year-old, and it's not an easy answer. But yeah, it usually comes from that I find that comforting. It helps me orientate usually my space, my distance from people. It gives me understanding of that texture, and it's usually then develops into something that I like. It helps me orientate how I am with that person, my space, my distance, as I say, and also my own textual awareness. The best way to do it really is to bring on board things like social stories around it, and then to bring in a tactile program. So creating an own tactile box that has things in it that she can, that we can touch and feel, and so that I can get my own experience of different touch and things. So I'm replacing that need for touch can be useful. Thinking about use of appropriate fidget toys, particularly when we know that we're going to see people like that, if it's a particular event or things that you're going to as well. But it does need to be alongside social stories. So you need to give something to replace the tactile system, and you need to give a strategy that's going to help learn that that's not appropriate to do that.
Do you ever find it's helpful to talk to the child about sensory processing so they understand where that sort of drive?
Yeah, so a lot of our teenagers,
awareness.
Older adults, we end up in assessment getting flip charts out, drawing a person, going through each of those senses and getting them to identify, because that's normally where we learn most of the things. We will use formal assessments such as the sensory profile, and we have adolescent ones we can use, but actually just sitting on the floor with them with a flip chart can often open up most of the discussions and get them to understand a little bit about why they find those things difficult, if they don't see their peers and other members of the family finding difficult. And then, certainly with PDA, that's great if they
professional logo for your brand, I've used the new
No drum and bass make you wind up your waist.
Night, Ed. Good night, mate. Not this morning, Sky. I'm going to sleep. Well, come on in, Taffy, if you're coming in. Come in then, mate. Come on. Hello?
Easy.
Hmm?
Easy.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you, mate. No. What are you doing?
Don't want to make wake misses.
What?
Don't want to wake the missus.
What are you doing on then?
Well, you asked me to come on, didn't you?
Sorry for that. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Good. Good.
Yeah, good.
All past 4 in the fucking morning, yeah.
Mm,
Hey, I got some things that I want you to play on air.
yeah, well, I get struck though.
Well, what it is?
The last time you gave me something to play, I got struck.
Yeah. Yes. I'm bad, but yeah. It's something I want to show you, bro.
Okay, what is it?
It's a video.
Yeah, of what?
Okay, the first video is Coldplay is the song Coldplay. Okay, and the song is Vida Loca, something like that.
I can't play it, mate. They just strike me, mate. I'm on my last strike.
Okay, well, 2 seconds, okay?
All right.
Vida. Okay. It's called Viva la Vida. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I can't play it.
I know. I don't want you to play it.
What do you want me to do then?
I want you to listen to me.
Yeah.
Right. So, right, this song, right, is basically, if you listen to it, not from Chris, the lead singer of Coldplay, don't listen to it as if he's singing it. Listen to the song as if the devil is singing it, right?
Okay.
Okay.
What are you on about?
Listen, right? I'll read out the lyrics for the song, okay?
Oh, God.
Hey, you gotta bear with me, bro, right?
Right.
I know I sound insane at the moment. Okay, 2 seconds.
Oh, is it about the subject we were on about the other day? Is this?
Yes, my friend.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Okay. I'll get you.
Yeah, it says, oh bollocks, a minute. Lyrics. Okay. It says, right, this is how it starts. I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice. Feel the fear in my enemies' eyes. Listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead. Long live the king. 1 minute I held the key. Next the walls were closed on me. And I discovered that my castle stand upon a pillar of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells a ringing. Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in the foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, for once you go there was never an honest word, and that was when I ruled the world. Now, bear with me, and think of it from this is the devil singing the song, okay, right? It was a wicked and wild wind blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. Show more. Shattered windows, sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who will ever want to be king? I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in the foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I used to rule the world. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, and it goes on, and I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I used to rule the world. Now, bruv, right? Now, you can pick out from them lyrics what I'm trying to say to you, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? Now, what's his chops? The other night, Dell was talking about the Super Bowl and the WWE and how they put it into, right? So Taffy, this little detective work, he looked at the Super Bowl because Coldplay played half-time in the Super Bowl. And have a guess what fucking song they played, bruv?
This one.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah. Detective Jones on the case.
What are you doing up so late?
But I'm detective.
You can't sleep.
Well, I can't now. I'm on this Viva la Vida.
Yeah, well, Dill will be coming back on in the next couple of days, mate. That'd be great. Right. I wonder where you went.
I've been doing a bit of homework, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
trying to pass the time away, mate.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, bruv. My body clock's all the fuck, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I was honest, like,
Mm,
I'm starving at the moment. I'm gonna go and cook some cheese and ham pasties now. I'm toasty, sorry. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Don't
man.
say that, but just look at this chat, yeah?
Yeah. There's nobody in there.
Hang on.
What channel are you on?
Channel 1. Do you want me to go off? It's 3, hang on.
I'm on 2, channel 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Can you
Yeah.
see it?
What, in the chat?
In the private.
Oh, no. Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who?
Yeah, I think so.
Friend or foe? Say nothing, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I wish I ain't fucking done it though.
Bad?
Yeah. It's
Put it in the back chat who it is, bro.
yeah.
Go on. Okay, I'll keep it fucking
Well, don't worry, they've been putting it around.
Good God.
Don't you worry. Come.
That's all I can say is calm as a bitch, bruv. And I don't mean that on your end.
And there you go.
What is it? Could it be? Oh no!
Don't you worry. Everything's in hand.
Okay, now, bruv. Any idea why, or is it just like?
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's be honest on that. This channel hasn't got to the heights that it can be, that it would possibly be. So why are they trying to shut you down?
There you go.
Before you start, right? Because that ain't gonna.
Well, you remember when Shine was threatening?
Yeah.
He's been spreading lies. So these people don't think I know beforehand what's happening.
Well, Shine, I wonder about him.
Yeah, don't say too much on him, mate. I'm gonna make lies, but it's not the right one. They got it wrong.
Yeah, I know for a fact Shine is a liar because I've had a run-in with him myself. So he's a liar in my eyes.
The other day they tried to stitch me up, trying to make out I was a paedophile. The other day.
Fuck.
Yep.
Just chuck it out there like anyone.
Yeah, don't worry, mate. I'm nice and calm. What can I do? Kill me? That's all.
Well, I tell you now, they wouldn't be doing it if they were face to face, brother, would they? Let's be fair about these things.
I mean, I've made about 5 attempts of my life in my life, so is it going to
Well,
bother me now?
yeah. I say it's like I'm really getting up to my sick to my back teeth with
all of it,
with all of it, and like being called Islamophobe, even when you're not. Do you know? So we might as well just own it because they're going to call us it anyway. Like, so we might as well just own it. Like, but like there's certain things I don't like being called, like yourself. There's certain things you can't get away with saying to me.
Well, I haven't taken it lightly. Even they got it wrong.
Well, of course they got it wrong, but it's easy to just throw fucking words out, isn't it?
Yep.
It's yellow belly. It's cowardice. That's what it is, bro.
Yeah.
And like it's all of these. It's all of the sins, all in wrapped up in one because they got some issues, and they're the one, and they call us insane. They call us the fucking
Well.
The worst thing you could do is bow.
From the bowing down to him, I won't bow to fucking anyone. Fucking
only a woman in Liverpool, yeah.
I won't bow to anybody. No, I'm not with her anymore.
Oh, sorry, bro.
No, that's all right. No, it's because of the COVID, isn't it, and everything, innit?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right though.
Time for you to put his fucking
it's not the end of the world. We're still friends. Yeah,
that's cool. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know, mate. Some people, Some people.
You're always gonna get them. It's just like the yin to yang, like. But I think it's 2021 is going to be a year of. I like to think that us sort of white folk are going to start taking back what's ours, and get some backbone, because most of them are spineless, bro. I mean, we're dealing with boys. Me and you were kicking on, like, and we got to keep telling ourselves.
So it seems like you can't have an opinion, and you can't stick up for yourself either.
Well, of course you can't. If you go against Islam, you're a kuffar.
No, it's not just for that. It could be anyone, isn't it?
Well, I like the. A man is a man, yeah, and I judge you on how you treat me, yeah. I don't. But like, if I'm not for Islam and I'm Yeshua all the way, then already they look at me as if I'm well, it's not equal, it's not equality, because I'm a kufa, I'm the worst. I don't like that, bruv. Not in my own land.
Yeah.
Not in my own land. I don't like it no more. And they feel like they can talk to us like we are pieces of shit. And I've had a guts full, bruv. I've had a fucking guts full of it. Yeah. This Zubida, this fucking Paul M, fucking idiots, yeah, and Surf has. And I can't even get on their panels to have a fucking ding dong with them. Yeah?
Don't worry about it, mate. Don't even give
I don't worry about it, but it's at the end of the day they call us out. Yet when we go on the panel, they can handle about 2 minutes, Taffy, and then Taffy he's keeping the old Muhammad in his skyrocket. That's my fucking nuclear bomb in it.
Don't say no more, mate, because you put yourself on the line, mate.
But this is what I'm saying. Easy, yeah. I want to talk about it. They're calling me out. Then I go on the channel, and then I get kicked off. Or I get in the chat and I just get blocked. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm trying to do what I need to do to stay there. But everything I'm doing, I'm doing something wrong. I must be doing something wrong. And maybe it's just my badge or something. I got rid of taphophobia because I'm trying.
Taphophobia, were you?
That was my name, bro.
Everybody quite like you, don't they?
Well, I don't care.
I haven't seen Rodney today.
I don't care, but it's like I'm trying all different ways and that. It's just yeah. I want to ask questions, yet I can't ask questions because they don't like them delicate questions, and I haven't got a delicate way of putting it yet. Can't seem to find the etiquette to, so I can stay on the panel type of thing. Because I can take any sort of suck your mother and all that kid, but I can do all that. Yeah.
Big up, Afghan. God. Big up, Leighton, the Shoe Shack.
See, you allow that though, don't you?
That'd be affectionate. That's affectionate.
That's fucking racist, bruv.
Yeah, Afghan, it's racist, mate. Big up, Afghan.
I nearly choked on my
And did you know me, right? I ain't even been racist or nothing. Nothing at all. All I've done is like to keep the peace. I've always.
Maybe you should start to be racist, bro.
No, it's not in me, man. I'm not. I just call out what's wrong.
So how long are you going to be called a racist by before you actually just get on? If you can't beat them, join them, type of thing. That's where I'm at. Even if you're not a racist, it don't matter, bro.
Yeah, I'm not. No, I will. I would.
So all you got to do is go against the 5 pillars. You're a racist, and you're an Islamophobe.
Not tonight, Sky. Not today.
Oh shit! Protect me. Behave yourself, Sky Church. Taffy's a one-woman man, but he's got plenty of sheep. That's why I'm bad.
Oh God. Hang on, Taffy.
Hey.
I don't want to take it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Do you think we got the best flag in the world?
The best
flag?
No, I like I think the Jamaican flag's the best one, actually. Sorry, mate.
Let's have a look. Have a fucking look at it there.
Red, gold, and green, innit?
Well, that's fucking sound shit to me.
They gotta just do something.
Oh, you gotta be having a fucking laugh. Are you fucking seeing? You trolling me.
I like the Rastafarian flag. Your flag, all right.
The flag of Jamaica was adopted on the 6th of August 1962, the country having gained independence from the British Protected Federation of the West Indies. The flag consists of gold satire, which divides the flag into 4 sections. 2 of them are green and 2 of them are black. And this flag is whack. National.
Don't worry, Sky. It's just not the time at the moment, my mate.
The old bread bin.
Bless her. Just a little bit early. You should be asleep, dear. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
And I'm starting to get right.
Have you been online all day, Taff?
What was that song? 3 o'clock in the morning and it's starting to get. Everything fine. All of me. Because I've been saving all my love.
Did you see the FA Cup draw?
No, I go on.
Liverpool and Man United.
Oh. I feel sorry for Man United.
They're top of the league, aren't they?
No, Liverpool are.
Are they not? Man United are.
Liverpool are.
No, Man United, I'll tell you.
I'll fucking Google it. Don't believe it, man. Who's top of Prem? Who's top of Prem? Sky Football says Man United are. Okay, fucking bollocks.
Yeah, it won't last, though.
Okay. Played 17, 1-11.
They're 3 points ahead, actually.
Played 17. They played 17, 1-11. Drawn 3, lost 3.
I reckon the football season could end in 2 weeks.
They've only drawn one of their last 6.
Know that.
Say that again?
I reckon the football season might be cancelled in 2 weeks.
Well, it's a good job, really.
You're awesome. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Oh, Leicester are doing well again, mate.
Yeah, they got a good runner. They got your old manager, haven't they?
And across the Mersey, or Everton.
Well, Everton have got Angelotti, haven't they?
Yeah, well, they've lost 1 in their last 6.
Yeah, and Leicester have got Brendan Rodgers.
Arsenal 11th, Chelsea in 9th.
Arsenal are terrible at the moment.
Fucking Aston Villa 8th, bro.
Yeah, of course. They bought half the Brentford side. That's why. It's nuts, isn't it? We bought a player in August, and now bloody they were after him already.
Yeah, it was. It's like bottom 3: Fulham, West Brom, Sheffield United.
Well, I don't know how we lost to Fulham in the final. I really don't.
Brighton Hove Albion, just about.
You know that.
I didn't even know they were in the Premiership. Brighton
They've been
Hove.
in there the last 4 years.
Fucking crap. Must have been again that bottom 4.
Well, they done two draws. They done round for the next round and the round after. So I'll tell you the FA Cup draw, yeah?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
FA Cup draw.
No.
We got Leicester again.
No, let's have a look. Let's have a look at Championship. Let's have a look. Norwich top. Swansea.
We got 2 games postponed.
Brentford have drawn 2 in their last 6. 1-4.
Right, this is the FA Cup draw, yeah?
Right.
4th round, Cheltenham, Man City, AFC Bournemouth, Crawley, Swansea, Nottingham Forest, Man United, Liverpool, Southampton, Shrewsbury or Arsenal, Barnsley, Norwich, Chorley, Wolverhampton, Millwall, Bristol City, Brighton and Blackpool, Wickham and Tottenham, Fulham and Burnley, Sheffield United and Plymouth, Chelsea and Luton, West Ham and Doncaster, Brentford and Leicester, Everton and Sheffield Wednesday. And for the 5th round draw, because they've done it too, yeah?
Right.
Fulham or Burnley against Bournemouth or Crawley, Man United or Liverpool against West Ham or Doncaster Rovers, Sheffield United or Plymouth against Millwall or Bristol City, Chorley or Wolverhampton against Southampton and Shrewsbury or Arsenal, Barnsley and Norwich against Chelsea or Luton, Everton or Sheffield Wednesday against Wickham and Tottenham.
Ooh.
Swansea and Nottingham Forest versus Cheltenham or Man City, and Brentford and Leicester against Brighton or Blackpool.
So you'll play Leicester?
We played them last season as well in the 2nd round.
You had a game today postponed, eh?
Yeah, and Saturday is our manager's got COVID. Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. But they didn't call it off they did call off the FA Cup game. Reading have called it off, and Bristol City refused to drive to go to London.
And the next game is Brentford Reading, yeah?
That's called off.
And then you got your next one then is Swansea City. That's postponed. That's postponed as well.
I don't know. Is it at Swansea?
Yeah.
I don't know, you know. I mean,
it's a fixture clash, it says.
The reason it's called off last night is because Bristol City refused to come to London. So.
And then you got Wycombe Wanderers. That one's on, and that's the 30th of January, bro.
I think QPR will be soon, won't it? FA Cup in it, and then we played Leicester last season and lost. I think it was 1-0 with our B side. We've knocked out 5 Premier League teams already this season. So.
It's a tough old thing our championship is by.
Yeah,
so
but
should be too.
Look at our record. We're about 19 unbeaten.
So see if I control Brentford out. Shit. Brentford. Football Club.
It wouldn't surprise me Chelsea will go for our manager, you know. They'll set Lampard.
Listen to this. I'm not into buying football, so I don't care if football is good or bad. It's interesting to watch a live game. No replays, but this ground is horrible. It smells bad. It's broken. Listen, the ladies look. I am about that.
Shall I show you our new ground?
The ladies' loos are terrible. Don't know about the men's. My husband, long life fan, and refuses to speak on
the our new ground.
No, don't ignore me. Don't interrupt me, bro. It's a very poor shape. The family section is far from and so the children can't see half the game. If Brentford really family club, why not move it near a middle? The little girl I was sat next to had to keep standing to see what was happening. She was really interested in the game, but she was about
at the old stadium, mate.
I'm sure by the time she's 10, she'll have given up.
They did at the old stadium, mate.
I know a new ground is on its way, but it's been like this for years.
It's been built, you tosser.
Why is the club so disregarding to its fans? I'm no loss to Brentford. I don't go very often, but I will go again. That is Jim Axe Jacks from Dem.
Yeah, I'll show you the new ground.
Vicarage Road.
No, thank you.
The Den.
I'll be there, yeah.
Sellers Park.
Huh?
Sellers Park.
I've been there, yeah.
Where's that one?
Crystal Palace. I bet I could tell you every game. Right, I'm going to show you, right? This, right?
No. I tell you what we do, Easy. This is what we do.
Hang on, Taffy, I want to show you something, yeah?
I'll say to you the stadium, and you've got to tell me the club, okay?
I bet I could get everyone. Hang on, Taffy, look. This is Brentford's ground they've just moved out of, right?
Yeah.
That's the one we just moved out of. Yeah.
Go on, so yeah, go on. Yeah.
And I'll show you the one.
Where you going? What are you doing?
Go out and go in, Taffy. You're disconnected.
Shit stabbers and hot dogs. Oh, fucking stop sharing. Share my fucking screen. Share it.
What is it?
Share it.
Won't get me striked, will it?
Of course not. It's a quiz. It's a quiz, bruv.
All right, God, I can't see it. It's not.
Okay, let me.
You just read it out. Just read it out.
No. Stop sharing a minute, right?
Oh.
Let me and then I go like that, and then I go like that, and I go like that.
Is it English?
No, you got because you got to see the stadium, bro. Yeah.
Is it the British? Is it a British stadiums?
What? Yeah, of course. Yeah. So now you can see it. Yeah. Can you match the football stadium?
I can't see it. It's not very that close up.
Oh.
Hang on. I've got an idea. Hang on. That's Wembley, isn't it?
Huh?
Is that Wembley? That's
Arsenal. Right, so
all right, it's Arsenal. It's Arsenal. All right, start again, Taffy. Start again.
This is number one.
Right, that's Arsenal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Next.
Man United.
Wrong.
Oh shit! Right, start again, Taff. I bet I'll get them all right now. Go, do it now. I bet I can do it right now. Go on.
Hold on, you cheat.
Right, I can do it. Right.
Okay.
That's Sheffield United. Oh no, hang on. That is. Oh fuck. Go, hang on. Wait a minute. Wait. 1, 2. Southampton.
You sure? Final answer?
Hang on. No. Hang on. Can you make it bigger? Because I can't see it.
I can't have you cheating, really.
No, just a little bit bigger. I can't see.
I can't. Hang about then. Hang about. How's that?
Oh fucking hell!
How's that?
I think that is Southampton. Yeah, Southampton.
Correct.
Yeah, I thought
St. Mary's Stadium. Okay, next.
Oh, that's Chelsea.
You sure?
Oh, hang on. Oh, that's Everton. Everton.
Right. Final answer.
Go. Ah, you spilled. You fucker. No, you switched it up, you bastard. Do it again. Right, I'll do it one more. Right. Let's see
Next.
how many I'll get right now.
Next.
Let's go. That's Man City. Oh, no, hang on. Whoa.
Man City is not an option.
Tottenham.
Correct.
So, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, that's Aston Villa.
I've been there. It is.
Yeah.
Aston Villa.
West Ham.
Correct, my friend.
3 out of 3. Oh, shit. Oh, I need to have that bit big. It's got small.
Villa, Crystal, Sheffield, Bournemouth.
Oh,
I'll make it a bit bigger for you, you know.
yeah. Oh, that is. I think that is Sheffield United. I've got a funny feeling I'm wrong. Oh, hang on. Whoa. Go back up. That's Bournemouth.
How much will you bet on it?
My wooden leg.
So you go Bournemouth, yeah?
Yeah.
AFC? Come on.
Yeah.
This. Right. Where's this? Right, let me get out of this.
Leicester. That's. Oh no! No, that's Brighton. That's Brighton.
You fucking blind as fuck.
Brighton.
Brighton, Wolverhampton, Leicester, Burnley, Everton.
Oh my god.
What's this?
Oh shit.
What's this?
Oh, that's Brighton. That's Brighton. That's Brighton.
Correct.
Yeah, I noticed because of the railway station. Oh, that's. I'll be there. That's a shithole, Burnley.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which team plays there?
Norwich. Oh, yeah, Norwich.
Nice. The Canaries.
Oh. Hang on. Oh, that's Sheffield United.
Nice. Bramall Lane.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's a nice stadium.
That's Man City.
I won't argue with that one. Ooh.
Leicester.
Correct. The Wolves have again.
12 out of 12. Man United. It looks awful, doesn't it?
It's not, is it?
That's Man United.
That's Old Trafford.
Yeah.
You know, a shit box. Hey, we've got another 7 to go. Oof.
That's Wolves.
Nice.
Nice stadium, that is, actually.
The model new.
Dangerous to go to, though.
1889.
Is there? Well, what's the options?
Liverpool, Southampton, Man United.
Oh, that's Anfield, isn't it? Oh, my God, no, is it?
I ain't gonna help you.
Yeah, that is Anfield, I think.
Sure.
I think I'm wrong. Southampton. Ah! You bastard. You was playing around with me, you totter.
Come on. You got it. We can't finish another one.
That's
So,
Arsenal, isn't it?
yeah.
I got one wrong. Fucking heck, I get Anfield wrong. Oh, that's Watford.
Nice.
Oh, that's Newcastle. Fucking hell, too high to sit in there, I tell you.
St James's Park.
Yeah. That is Crystal Palace.
Nice. One more. Last one.
Oh, that is why am I having a problem here? Oh, that's Everton. That's Everton.
Is that the
Everton.
Toffees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got one wrong, and that was bloody Anfield. How could I not know Anfield?
I think you've done that on purpose. Your score's 18 out of 20, top half of the table. You clearly know your stuff.
All right. All right. Give me the. Do you want me to name the names of the stadium? Let's see how we go there.
Oh, play again.
I bet I know them. Yeah.
So,
Can you get another site?
what's the name of that stadium? You got to twice as hard this one. So you've got to give me where it is and the name.
That is St Mary's, Southampton.
And the name? St Mary's.
Yeah.
Correct, my friend. And if you can give me when they were established, that'd be even more.
Oh, I might have got to know that. 1802. 1802.
It's 2001 now, man. St Mary's.
Oh, well, yeah, it was built 2001. Oh, what year the stadium was built? You said the club, you donut.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
All right.
If you, I'm not expecting that, but if you can give me that would be...
Okay, 2001. You got to give me that.
Yeah, I'll give you the first one.
Oh, God. Oh, that is the Fidelity Stadium, Bournemouth.
What's it called?
Fidelity Stadium, Bournemouth.
Bournemouth, correct. Nice, bro.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as Dean Court.
Yeah. That was... all right, that's Carrow Road, Norwich.
Correct. Carrow Road. 1935.
That's Villa Park. Oh no, hang on, sorry. Whoa. It's not there, is it? That is oh God. That's Goodison Park, Everton.
Correct.
Yeah.
One of the oldest ones, actually.
Yep, still got wooden seats. Oh, that's Old Trafford, baby. That is.
You're having a fucking laugh, you.
Oh no, that's Anfield, Liverpool. I nearly got one by getting that wrong. All the Lily wrong.
Trolling you, man. Look at that badge there. 1892, same as Everton.
Yeah. Oh, that is what? Oh, which London team plays here? Oh, that's oh God, that's the.
It's a nice stadium.
Is that White Hart Lane, Tottenham?
You think?
Or is it the Olympic Stadium, West Ham?
Which firm was it to be? Was it to be?
Eeny, meeny, miny, pick a Welshman by the toe.
A, B, C, or D?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a Welshman by the toe. If you catch it, boo-a-doo, put the word rabbit on your toe.
Toe?
West Ham. Oh, no. Oh, I did Tottenham to you. You're tossing, you are. You playing mind games with me. All right, I got one wrong at the moment. Well, that's ultra. Oh, that's St James's Park, Newcastle.
Correct.
Brighton, and that is the Annex Stadium.
Is it? Annex
Stadium.
Alex's Stadium.
Annex.
It's the American Express Community Stadium.
They changed it, haven't they?
Oh, it's 2011 now, it is. That's brand new.
Yeah. It's one of the best stadiums. It's got cushions on the seats.
How old is Cardiff? When did Cardiff build it? Is that?
About the same time, I think. Yeah. That's what's Leicester's great? Oh, no, that's that's fucking hell, that's Leicester's. No, that's Chelsea, Stamford Bridge.
Stamford Bridge, 1887. It's been home to Chelsea since 1905.
Yeah. That's Leicester's, and I can't remember the name of the stadium. Shit. Give me 2 minutes.
Leicester. Well, we know it's Leicester, yeah. So
Yeah,
we're part of it. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of
Just yeah.
Leicester. Yeah. What are you doing, you donut? It's what's it called?
The King Power Stadium.
That's it. Shit.
2002.
Yeah. God, it's that one. That's Liverpool, isn't it? Old Trafford. Doesn't that look shocking? You think they would put a bit of colour on the roof, wouldn't you?
That stadium is the capacity of that stadium is huge, isn't it?
75, I think.
You wouldn't think it from looking.
It looks a bit like a scaffolding site.
It's like a bit like a Thunderbird fucking pad.
You know, I've never been to Old Trafford.
Nah, not me.
Villa Park.
Being there though, and see this pitch beer. It was all sand when I watched Liverpool play.
You see there.
The worst pitch I've ever seen in my life.
You see there. That's where you get jumped. It's true.
Aston Villa. Oof, nice one.
That's City, isn't it? That's
Nice.
oh God, Emirates. No,
No.
Key Fired.
What's it called?
Saudi Arabia Stadium. Oh, do you know what? How can I forget? I just forgot.
Called the Etihad.
That's it. Oh, I was right. I said it. I said the Etihad.
Which originally built to host the Commonwealth Games in 2002, has become the home of.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Their owners are really good. They rejuvenated the area everywhere. You know.
They moved from Main Road. Do you ever go to Main Road?
Oh God, didn't I? Christ.
2003.
Yeah, God. Vicarage Road, Watford. Funny old stadium that is. I'm going to show you a stadium and you're going to laugh at in a minute. It's Selhurst Park. Oh no, that's Burnley. That's Burnley bloody no, that ain't. That's Selhurst Park. Selhurst Park Palace. Yeah.
Nice. 1924, just after the First World War.
Molyneux. What Wolves?
1889. Fucking. Okay. Whoosh.
Yeah, I'll show you Brentford's new stadium. Yeah, I'll show you Brentford's new stadium. There you go.
Oh, that's fucking lovely.
Yeah, 17,500.
Let's have a look. Leave it. Yeah, leave that fly a minute. Let's have a look.
Huh?
Can you leave this on a minute so I can have a look?
Yeah. See how look how narrow it is.
All that solar there. Easy.
So that's where Sky TV is.
No, it's all that solar. Is that taking in solar?
Yeah.
on the top of it. Yeah,
Look, that's Q.
solar panels.
Yeah. There you go. There's Sky TV over the back there.
Brentford's quite a nice place.
It's an up and coming area, mate. That's in Kew Bridge, about 2 minutes away from Brentford. They're building flats there as well.
How far are you away from there? Without doxing yourself, or are you quite near there?
68 miles. It only takes an hour and 20 minutes on the train.
Yes, mate. How much is that costing?
It's paid for.
How much?
I think it costs 65 mil, I think. What they've done is with the old stadium, the people who built it, they bought the old stadium ground as a swap. But the other ground was unique because it had 4 pubs on each side of the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show you Luton's. You're gonna laugh at Luton's. Yeah.
What are their pies like? Easy, nice pies there.
What, the food at Brentford at the old ground? It was shit.
Yeah. What are their pies
That was shit, mate. I used to have to jerk chicken outside the ground. Yeah.
You can always tell a good club by their pies.
Oh god, yeah. That's outside. Look, let's have a look. That's Luton, right?
Yeah.
We hadn't even had a chance to go in it because of the COVID. You know that. Couldn't even say goodbye to the old ground either. But
I bet.
Somebody's back garden. Look.
Fucking bonkers.
Look.
Kenilworth Road.
Look. That's right near somebody's house, next door to their house.
Go close that door, isn't it?
I know. Do you know where it is? Berry Park.
Wow.
Look,
what a place to live like. That's insane. That's insane.
Do you know how much it only holds? 8,000. And it's the most one of the intimidating grounds you go to, mate.
Is that the only way in and out?
And it's really intimidating, mate. I tell you as well.
Wow.
Their fans are bastards, mate. Imagine the Millwall lot right in out of that back in the day.
Oh, I bet whoever lives next door to that fucking
1985. You know, 1985.
They must be hard as fuck.
You know, 1985. Millwall wrecked everywhere around there. Yeah.
Oh my god! Like I bet them doors each side, men behind them doors, and they're hard as fucking fuck.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Oh, that's bonkers, bro.
Honestly, it's so dodgy to go there, though.
How do you have a headache on an home game? Oh my god!
It's just the area, mate. It's just their fans, mate. They've got a firm and a half, mate. Yeah. Okay. This is 1985. This was.
Oh, so like.
They got. See.
That's it. Look at that. They used to have blue doors. Now they got medicine black doors.
Yeah, this is Millwall. They took over the whole stadium. They climbed over the turnstiles and everything.
Come on.
I got it. It's coming. Okay. I'll watch this. Look, go running off the pitch, look.
The Bobbies there.
No, that's all Millwall. Look, that's at Luton.
Millwall boys are tamping.
Look,
Look at that, you couldn't do that now, could you? Huh?
that's all Luton. Look, a Millwall. I mean, look. Can you imagine them poor people living in their houses nearby, mate?
Look at the seats. Look at the seats.
Yeah, it was really bad. It was. Same year as the Heysel Stadium, I think it was. Yeah.
I've seen it like that in Indian Park, bro.
Yeah. The grounds at the old 10,000 hold about 11. I think about 11,000. Millwall had about. They just invaded the stadium. There you go. I remember watching this live.
Have you been here? Have you been in one of them surges?
I've been in the middle of it. Yeah, I haven't. France '98. That was mental, mate. Bloody England fans that upset the Moroccan community, didn't they?
What's over there? News footage part 2.
Oh, I shall have to.
Every cut.
There you go.
Ooh, I fucking hate you. Oh, I gotta go smoke some dope by fucking Maggie Thatcher. She'd drive me wild. I'll go smoke some dope in 2 seconds.
In court today, one fan was sent to a detention centre for 3 months. Another got a suspended sentence and a £750 fine. The Football Association have been asked to send a report to Mrs. Thatcher. The Home Secretary has called for a police report. Luton, who won the FA Cup tie 1-0, say they won't play Millwall at home again.
Do you know what? They didn't let any other away fans in after that. Do you know that? Taffy?
The first batch of Millwall fans began arriving on commuter trains as early as 4:30, but the bulk of this
You know that?
came on a series of
They banned all away fans, they did. They banned all away fans after that, Luton.
Waiting for the game. 15 minutes later, they stormed one of the turnstiles and thousands poured in without paying.
Man, did it? That's how dangerous it used to be back in the day, right?
14 minutes after kickoff, the referee as more and more Millwall.
It used to be great. You used to have to watch yourself, mate. It was bad, man. It was.
Yeah, man. Well, the Hillsborough was tragic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the ISIL in
Yeah.
in
That's
Belgium.
outside the ground. Look, it's obviously that was. Look at that shirt.
Look at his year. 1 year sticking out.
The cost of last night's soccer riot could top £100,000.
Whoa, that's a lot of money nowadays, too.
Police travelling with them is put at about £47,000. The police haven't yet counted the cost.
This is Berry Hill. Look.
That's a lot of money for 1985, bro.
You know that? Well, them houses they threw bricks in, but it's right outside that stadium. Look, look.
Oh my god.
That went through your window.
It's mental, isn't it? They could have killed a child.
Oh, look at my blood. In the window.
Say if a child was in there.
The window would be boarded up.
Come on, stop. Anything, break everything you see in front of you. I went to the gate.
Look at that shirt.
That's mega. There's collars, bruv.
Yeah.
The cost of last night's soccer riot could
I was fucking hell. I was 9, bruv.
with them is put at about £47,000. The police haven't yet counted the cost of policing
I
the
was
I mean,
nine.
British Rail, right? Back in the day, must have had to pay out so much money, you know. If you had a train and that, they used to put you on the shittiest trains, mate.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
No
man.
eating,
I
no
love-
heat. They used to have a bar on there.
Cardiff, Soul Crew,
Yeah.
Cardiff, right? Used to go down with them.
Hang on, Jeff, I've just got in the loo quick, mate. Hang on, give me a second.
Danny Dyer. This is Danny Dyer.
Birthday of the football season. Cardiff, more than many cities, up 5-star this time. The emergence of the damage to property, the injuries, contact between Cardiff supporters and those visitors, and they will arrange to meet and almost battle lines of draw. You come to Cardiff, you come Wales, you come into their area, and then Friday come out, stuff like that.
Oi, oi, Sabaloy.
Hey, can you show this so people can see it?
Let's have a look, mate.
We got 9 watching, bro. We got 9 watching.
What are you watching?
This is the Soul Crew.
Right. Oh, God, I've had enough of the Soul Crew over in my life.
Oh, watch this, bro. Oh, watch this.
What year was it?
Uh,
Is that when they played Leeds?
2000.
The one when they've done a big riot against Leeds, took on the Leeds a lot. FA Cup game, yeah? I think. Oh, it's the FA Cup game, isn't it? Yeah.
Danny Dyer.
I've seen
Danny Dyer's doing it.
Do you know the guy who's in that? Yeah. They show. I'm not going to name his name. I'll speak to him on Facebook. He's all right. He's a millionaire, isn't he?
My brother-in-law, I've been locked up against Leeds.
Oh, your Leeds got done that day, didn't they?
Yeah, they were waiting for him under the bridge.
Oh, that's when
Yeah, he's telling you now.
I've gone to Cardiff.
Yeah, yes.
That's kicked off a few times.
Can you hear it?
No. Just keep talking over it, Taff. All right? Because this is a BBC one.
This is Ninian now. This is the old football.
I know, I've been there. I had a golf ball thrown at me with a dart in it. And there was nails in it.
I fucking shit myself there, bro.
Have you been there?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I went there with.
I went down there on the train innit, with the boys, and it's when you win in, everything's fine. When they used to lose, fucking hell, man.
Why is there no sound, Taff?
It should be sound.
Have you pressed the audio on it?
There's no mute. There's no mute there.
No, there's a little square on the box where you shared it from. It's
the atmosphere, sometimes people say electric. And that is the way it is in Millennium Park. But
they stick you in that side, that corner bit.
It's moved beyond the
Chief of South Wales Police Player.
I went up there with Brentford one year in the FA Cup, right?
Within hours, some will look
That's the best stadium in the country, I think.
by Cardiff's Millennium Stadium, in the Charity Shield
Yeah.
between Manchester United.
I love the Millennium.
Man United and Liverpool.
Yeah, look how all the Cardiff
Cardiff supported pubs using hidden cameras.
United and Liverpool must have joined up that day.
Stevie supporting today and Cardiff. No, not Cardiff. Man U in there.
With Cardiff supporting their children, United fans are jubilant.
I must admit, Cardiff.
Some local fans.
Oh, there's no masks. There's no masks there, bro.
They're now crowded around another pub, the Borough, just around the corner.
Just around the corner.
Among them are known hooligans, members of Cardiff's soul crew.
You can't wear Stone Island caps or anything in the pub there.
These boys are fucking hard, bro.
That's the Man United.
Currently trying to reach the Cardiff fans.
They don't give a fuck, bud.
I'll show you a footage between Chelsea and City. Chelsea and Cardiff. See that?
But Cardiff are now mobbed into one large group.
See him there.
Look at him, mate. Look.
Unless you've been there and
Look at him.
involved in it, it's very difficult to explain as one step.
You know what? You want to think about it, the city Cardiff is a good place, really. You know what I mean? It's a nice place, actually.
Yeah, can you see that?
Yeah. I've got to get...
Look.
I'll get one up for you. This is a close-up. This is...
Some of the United fans who are being escorted away by police.
We had it with 20 on this show, we went back in the escort. Bang, bang.
My boys.
Football violence soon melts into the sort of Saturday night trouble known to most British towns and city centres.
Look at this.
By now, the Cardiff fans have returned to their pub, the Borough. Another match day is over.
Deal.
Here.
South Wales Police Football.
I'll show you this.
It focuses on people that appreciate it.
Yeah. That's Cardiff, isn't it? Oh, that's not the one.
That's the one we just seen. Part 2 there.
Yeah, hang on. There you go, this one. This was at Stamford Bridge. Oh, I can't go. Don't let me do it. Oh, God. That's that.
Shall I have a look?
Chelsea and Cardiff hooligans, 2010.
Chelsea. Chelsea.
And it's a close-up view of it as well. It's when they played them in the FA Cup.
Which one? 2010, yeah?
Yeah, at Stamford Bridge.
Um,
They all fighting down the King's Road.
So, here we go.
No, it's not that one. Wait a minute. It's not that one.
This one?
How many minutes is it? There you go. That's Chelsea there. No, sorry, that's Cardiff there. They're stupid that day. They let it all out there. They let it all go out there. They did. At the same time, it was ridiculous. 10,000 Cardiff fans at Chelsea, you know what I mean?
That's Chelsea over there, yeah?
I think that, I don't know, I think that might be Cardiff. Yeah, that's Chelsea. That's Cardiff over there. Yeah, because you walk down that way, that's the Stamford Bridge. It's probably there, Stamford Bridge, yeah. Even I think it's Spanish.
That's the...
FA Cup game, that one.
Towards the other crowd, now locked in the track. Missile. The brick's been thrown.
I'll turn it off. This guy's getting a bit upset. Don't play it anymore.
Yeah.
Better not play it anymore. This guy's getting a bit upset.
Who is?
You doing?
Who's getting upset?
I'm not doing anything. Sky.
Oi.
Yeah.
Never mind about what me and Easy are doing. We're just watching videos.
Yeah, but getting upset.
What?
Just getting upset seeing it.
Well, you know what to do, Sky. Close your eyes and your ears. Because this is Easy channel.
Yeah, well.
I don't mean to be offensive.
I got to show a bit of responsibility, mate. Really.
Well, we like football. Yeah. It's fucking 5:05 in the morning, and we're just watching a bit of fuckery that used to go on in the football.
Well,
allow it.
Help me, Afghan. Help me.
Yeah.
Help you for what, Sky? What's the matter?
I think she's
Unless it's a troll account.
No, I think it's a. What do you need help for, Sky? To get to sleep?
Christ. This channel's getting more trouble than what it's worth.
Well, I don't think we've done anything wrong, bro.
No. Yeah, I'll just got to be careful with everything.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean, you wouldn't tell other people what to watch on their channel, would you? Because that would be rude. I know what you're saying, though. I understand. Big up Sky. Big up Afghan.
It's all right, Sky.
It's okay.
You don't know if it's the real Sky, though, because there's so many different accounts.
If it's the real Sky, would you please hold your right hand up so we can... Will the real Sky please stand up? Afghan, help her find out if she's the real Sky.
That goes up there.
Oh, shit.
Listen, what you think.
Detective Taffy, you'll have to go to work. Yeah, but like as soon as they went up to the Premiership, all that stopped instantly.
Oh no, it didn't.
It fucking did, brother. Because they had their new stadium. They do want to wreck a new stadium, got it. I mean,
yeah, it did, mate. It's still.
But they'll fight outside the ground now rather than inside, like.
Mind you, I went there last season and it was okay.
Because you've got to go through a bit of a town to get to the ground still. Like.
Oh no, I changed that Cardiff, then got off at actually I had to keep your head down actually.
Yeah.
It was peed down with rain.
I mean, for any away fan, it's going to be difficult.
No, normally most grounds are okay.
That's
now.
the way it should be, though. Easy. I mean,
Yeah, the only one you really got to watch yourself is if you got up to Leeds still. Do you know what I mean?
And it's the same when people come to Brentford. I mean, it's only a small stadium, but it's the Brentford fans are fucking.
Well, you know the old stadium I showed you.
Yeah.
Because it had pubs on all four sides of the ground and then pubs all around.
How many that old?
Huh?
How many the old stadium old?
12 and a half.
And the new one?
17 and a half. But everybody loved it. Going in there, you all mixed together. The only time fans didn't drink together is we played Fulham. Even Millwall fans come down there and they enjoy it down there. They say, what's the point causing trouble down here when you can have a laugh here? And you could leave the pub at 1 minute to 3 and you're in the stadium. Yeah.
So they haven't played there yet, have they? No?
They've played in the new stadium, but no fans ain't been in it. No.
Oh, that's wild, isn't it?
And you know the farewell to Griffin Park, because it's a unique ground. And
will they keep it for like a training thing, or will they get rid of it? Will they?
No, the people who built the stadium, Brentford gave the Griffin Park to them because it's worth money, mate.
Of course.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And that paid for the stadium. But I've got a funny feeling we don't own the stadium, you know. I've got a funny feeling.
Well, the fans.
I reckon the council own it. They call it the Brentford Community Stadium now. You know Green Street? You know when they're in the pub in Green Street?
Yeah.
That's right next to Brentford Football Ground. You know that film Green Street? When they're in the pub on the tables in the pub, that's the Griffin right near the ground.
You've beaten, you lost to Tottenham in the EFL.
Yeah, had a goal disallowed. Yeah.
Beat Cardiff 3-2 at Cardiff.
We always win there, actually. Yeah.
Beat Bournemouth home. Beat Middlesbrough home. FA Cup. And now you've got Leicester.
Yeah. Look. Go up to the rest and see who we've done. Yeah. I mean, we should have gone up last season. Should have gone up. Bloody lost to Barnsley last day of the season. They scored in the last minute and they stopped us.
And you got Callum Styles is targeted from Barnsley.
Yeah, and another Peterborough player maybe getting.
Nottingham Forest target eyeing opportunities after contract talks stall Championship rivals Brentford.
You'd see people want to go to Brentford. You see, we just signed a Man United player as well. Youngsters, we buy all youngsters, develop them. We do.
Jan Samberg returns to Brentford as Steve Cottrell's Shrewsbury Town rebuild continues.
Who?
Jan Samberg.
Oh yeah, he's a Dane. We've got mostly Danish players. Yeah, I'll name them for you. Yeah. Because you know that side Michelin's in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Our owner owns them.
I got the team, yeah. I got the team.
And they're smaller than Brentford.
So you've got Sammy Godos.
Yeah, he's on loan from somewhere in Morocco.
Vitaly Yannick.
Yeah. He's German.
Halil Divasgulu.
He's Turkish.
Pontus Jansson.
Swedish.
Ivan Tony.
English. Bought him from Peterborough for 9 million.
Josh Da Silva.
Oh, we got him from Arsenal.
David Raha.
Who?
David.
Oh, we got him from Villarreal, I think.
Rico Henry.
Oh yeah, Rico Henry. He's going to play for England soon. He's we got him from Walsall for $1 million.
Just be a mad spec Sorensen.
Yeah, we got him from Nordsjælland, Denmark for about 500 grand.
Henrik Dalsgaard.
Yes, he got to the World Cup semi-final with Denmark. And I think we paid 1.5 million for him.
Who's this Shandon Baptiste?
We got him from Oxford for 600,000.
Ethan Pinnock. He looks a young boy.
Yeah, bought him from Barnsley. He's going to be bought. So we bought him from Barnsley for 1.5.
Christian Norgard.
Bought him for Fiorentina for 3 mil. He's a Dane.
Matthias Jensen.
I'll tell you what, Taffy. Go start from the beginning, and I'll tell you. Right from then, I'll tell you the nationalities and how much they were bought for. Right.
Alex Gilbert.
He's a trainee.
Edmund Paris.
Trainee.
Lewis Gordon.
Trainee.
Frederick Hammer.
Trainee.
Finley Stevens.
Trainee.
Aaron Presley.
Trainee. B-side.
Mads Roller Slev.
Trainee.
Nathan Shepard.
You're looking at the B-side.
Yeah, these are the bottom. I'm going working my bottom to the top.
Well, they're all trainees. Go on.
Kane O'Connor.
Scottish. Trainee.
Max Haygarth.
Danish.
Sergio Canos.
Bought him from Liverpool for 1.5 million.
Good boy.
Spanish.
He's a good boy, he is.
Yeah.
Luke Daniels.
Got him. I think we got him from West Brom. I think on a free. English.
Goalkeeper.
David Rayner. We got him from Villarreal for about $1 million. Spanish.
He's good keeper, but yeah. Luke Daniels.
Yeah, he's doing all right. I tell you what, look at the players, put in how much Brentford have bought their players for. I'll tell you, look, what players Brentford have sold. I'll tell you how much we bought them for and sold them for, yeah?
Brentford FC player salary.
Asu, yeah? Bought him from Oxford for 600,000.
Here we go. Brentford FC player wages. Name David Raya. And this is money a week. How much they get a week. Yeah.
All right.
So David Raya. I want his fucking position, I want his wage, and I want his contract end.
I think, hang on. I'll tell you how much money Brentford have made over 5 years, yeah? Over 6 years.
I'll give you a clue. He's getting paid the most, but
I'll tell you how much we've made out of money, right? We've made so much profit.
him and a centre back are getting paid the most. And the next nearest then is fucking a midfielder. And the next then is a centre midfielder. And then a right wing, 22 then centre forward, 15,000 Valencia. And then you've got Jensen, Matthias Jensen, he's £20,000 a week. £17,500 a week is Nogard.
Yeah.
£15,000 a week is Enrique Dalsgaard.
Wow.
£25,000 a week is the centre back, Pontus. Then you've got two goalkeepers. One's on 10, the other's on 25.
Yeah, that'd be rare.
Well, 3 goalkeepers you've got actually.
Oh, Belcom.
Yeah.
He's up and coming.
Yeah, he's 21.
Yeah.
Luke Daniels is 32. And then Raya is 20. He's on 25.
How much is Luke Daniels on then?
10.
Okay.
You've got Ian Pinnock, who's another centre back, 10 grand. And then Charlie is 2.5 grand. Mads Beck is 3,000.
Okay.
Left back Rico.
Yeah.
12.
Is that all? Christ.
Yeah. The other left back Dominic, 1,500.
Okay.
Right back Dalsgaard, 15 grand.
Really? What year was this from?
This is as we 21 squad.
Okay.
There we go. The other right back end, Ramison, 1,500 £1,500.
Yeah.
And then you've got defensive midfielder, Norgard, 17.5. Then you've got the other one, Janelt, Italy. He's 10. Then you've got your midfielders.
Good boy, it is. Good
Josh Da Silva.
Yeah.
He's 22, 4.5 grand.
Yeah, well, he'd be one of the high pay players. Yeah.
Jensen, 20 grand.
Yeah.
Baptiste, 12.
Yeah.
El Lemanio Marcondes. He's an attacking midfielder, 10 grand.
Yeah, we got him from Holland.
Saman Gudus, he's attacking midfielder, 14.5.
Yeah, he's on loan actually.
Left wing, you've only got one left wing. 5 grand, Bosu.
Oh, good God, he scored a hat trick against France, you know.
He's quick, is he?
Yeah, Tottenham want to buy him.
And then you've got Brian and Sergi, the other two right wingers.
Yeah.
And Brian's 20 grand.
And
Sergi 16 and a half.
Oh, right. I thought
And
Brian
then-
would be a lot of money.
Anyway, your centre forward, Halil.
Dalavuyu. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 8 grand.
Yeah.
Then you've got Jan Zambarek, 19 centre midfielder, 3 grand. Valencia, Joel, right wing, 15 grand.
Yeah.
Luca, centre back, 5 grand.
Yeah.
Patrick Gunnison, 19, another goalkeeper, 3 grand. And Jaco Åkesson, youngster, 19, centre midfielder,
Another Dane.
£1,000.
What's about the forwards? Tony.
Tony is 22 and a half.
Wow.
And he's contracted till 2025.
Yeah, we bought him in August. Yeah.
His contract's the longest.
Cost us 9 mil.
Most of them are 2023.
Right. I'll tell you how much Brentford have made over the 5 years on players. Yeah?
Go on.
Hang on. Right. How you graduate more than 120 million on transfers over the 5 years, but still maintain one of the most talented squads in the Championship. So, right, let's see if it gives us the list of the players. Right, I got... Our Ronan's only 40. Right, here we go, right?
Go on.
Right. Bought Neil Maupay, right?
Yeah.
From a French club. Bought him for 1.6 million. He was there for 2 years. Yeah. And we sold him to Brighton for 18.2, going up to 19.8 million. Yeah.
Go on.
Chris Metham, B team product to Bournemouth, 12.2 million. Andre Gray from Luton, we bought him for 500 grand, and he was there for a season. We sold him for 10.65 million to Burnley and raised it, and it went up to 11.1 million. Arenza Konsa, he was at Brentford for a season. Bought him for 2.5 from Charlton and sold him for 9.5. Scott Hogan, we bought him for 750 grand, and he was at 2 seasons at our stadium, and he went for 8 million and rose to 9. Ryan Woods, we bought him from Shrewsbury for 1 million and sold him for Stoke to 6.5. Bought Jota for 1.2 million, sold him for 5. Ollie Watkins, 3 seasons he's been with us. We bought him from Exeter for 1.5 and sold him for 32 million. And Saeed Banrama, bought him for 1.9 million. 2 seasons with us and sold him to West Ham for 36 million.
Yeah, see that Ollie Watkins? That's a fucking good.
Yeah.
That's a good one, isn't it?
And I think we had to give Exeter 4 mil out of that. Yeah, add-ons, you know.
So look at him.
So we have made 120 million on transfers. Mad, isn't it?
That's insane, bro. Yeah. 74.12 million.
I think we've had more, right? I'll tell you what, the players were brought in, right? Ivan Toney, 5.4 million goes up to 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie Good, from Northampton, 900k. Vitali was 540, and he's a buy and a half from Germany. So then got us on a loan transfer. Redrick is on loan. Sandbrick, blah, blah, blah. That's a product. Delavuvi is on loan. Jack Oken on loan. Dominic is on loan. Emery Bilcom all loan.
Yeah,
right, the departures, right? Sorry, right. I've got this wrong. This is different, right?
Yeah, most of them are ending their loans, aren't they? They're coming at
Right.
the end.
Ollie Watkins, we sold him for 27.72, goes up to 32. Sorry, yeah. Saeed Barama, we bought him for 3.6 million, and he's on loan at West Ham, but they're gonna buy him for 32 mil. Makocho, free transfer. Hang on, Valencia. Hang on, it's not all there, man. Christ. They don't give you much info there. Yeah, so we've sold quite a bit. If we kept our place, we would have been up.
Look at these players, fucking the prices of these top players, bro.
Yeah.
I haven't been like for instance,
how much is Ollie Watkins getting at Aston Villa?
These German boys are coming over and they're getting like 70 million.
Happy.
It's insane.
How much wages is Ollie Watkins getting at Aston Villa?
Yeah, I should have seen him. 2 secs. Right, Ollie Watkins. Okay, his current top market value is 27 million. And but he's on 27 million, so what's that a week? That's,
He's on 27 million a year.
His current market value is 27 million.
Yeah, I think he's on about 65,000 a week at Villa.
When he was at Brentford, right? He was at Brentford from 2018. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
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 2000 September 17, and market value was 900,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's age 21. By the time he was 22, he was worth 3.15 million. By the time he was 23, he was 7.2. By the time he was, but the October, he was 10.8 million the same year. By the time he was 24, he was 13.5. And that was February 27th, 2020. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now, October 13th, 2020, his market value is £27 million. So he's gone from February 27, 2020, fucking he doubled his wage in a year.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And if you look at the graph just goes up.
Yeah, and you know, it's really weird, right? he played on the side because we play a format of 4-3-3, right? So we have we sort of have 3 forwards up front, but one on each side, on the side, yeah, each side, and one up in the middle. And he played.
Bruv. In between them 2 dates I just said to you, April of last year, his market value actually went down. So February he was 13.5. April he was 10.8, and then October he went to 27 million.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Because he was playing on the side. We had Neil Maupay up front, yeah? And we sold him to Brighton. We moved him as the main forward, and he scored 29 goals. He's a good player.
Yeah, got his stats. I don't know. He scored against Liverpool as well, a prick. Home against Liverpool. Liverpool's total market value 994 million.
Wow.
Arsenal's 504. 692. Chelsea 744. Okay, now. Leicester 436. Surprising, isn't it? Sheffield United 155. Brentford 74.
Yeah, we're the lowest paid players team in paid players in the league. More or less.
Exeter 2.
Yeah. Small club, isn't it? They only get about 2,000.
Leeds 175. Fulham 194. Brighton 219. Yeah, that's surprising. West Ham 236. Wolves 380 million. West Brom 103. Wolves 380 million. Nearly 400 million pound.
Yeah.
Wow. So about 215. Most of them players are from Liverpool. Some good stats for you. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this.
What's Cardiff's? Okay.
Right, we want Cardiff. We want a shite league, do we? How do I get on the championship? Oh, fucking. Can you see what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, share it with me. Yeah. Wow. Can you make it a little bit bigger, Taff? Because it's a little bit small.
Oh.
Wow. Man, it's madness, isn't it?
Look at that, bro.
Absolutely, and you've got teams going out of business in the lower leagues, and they're spending silly money like this.
They say there's no money in the world. Look this. Look.
They've got to start capping the wages, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you know, most of these fees they buy players, they all go to the agent, most of it.
What's this? What's this beer then? What's this?
What's that?
It says market value 35.5. Total market value 994
million.
Yeah, so what's
that's not the value of the club.
Yeah.
So what's that Man City worth?
20 foreigners in Liverpool. Man City is worth fucking hell 900. Total market value 957 million.
Yeah, the reason is more because they're quality players and they cost cheaper as well. British players, bad quality and, you know, cost more money. Do you know what I mean?
Squad, Liverpool squad, 28 players.
Is that all? Christ.
29. Nobody's got 31 Man United got. And foreigners, all the top 5 teams have got 20 players, foreigners. Everton, Leicester, 19. Wolverhampton and Wanderers, 21. Wolves, Brighton, 19. Fulham, 21, 23. That's interesting.
How's your kids handling being off school, Tab?
It's hard work, bro. It's hard work.
It's keeping it occupied, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm doing things in the morning with her, and she gets up, type of thing, and it's just to keep them fucking interested, brothers.
Yeah.
I'm glad I've only got the one, to be honest.
Yeah. Are you gonna have any more?
I'd like to, but no, not with the epilepsy. I wouldn't like to go through that again. And 9 months was, it was worth it, you know what I mean? But yeah, it nearly ruined the missus, to be honest, with the epilepsy. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. Yeah,
must be tough, mate.
Yeah, it was tough. I'm fine.
Yeah, but is she like sort of like finding it hard, or is she playing up a little bit, wondering what's happening, or?
She's a warrior anyway, but yeah, it's not doing her any favors. The anxiety is through the roof.
Yeah, because you can't even take her out for a burger or anything. You know what I mean?
I had to go, and if anybody's going to go out, it's me, brother. So, I fucking do what I can. I had to bring home a McDonald's now and then, surprise them.
Yeah,
you know what it's like. But
hard, poor. Feel sorry for the kids today.
The missus is like,
going through this.
See, the missus is like me in the sense of put a smile on her face through her stomach. Yes, but as for the baby, she's 6. She sort of understands, but she don't. So it's. I mean, why can't I go and see my friends? And why have you got to wear a mask in the shop, Dad, and I haven't? Type of thing, and all this caper, just little things. But the homeschooling, I would rather because I just got to find a way to make them enjoy it. That's what you're going to do to make it interesting. But in school, they're learning while the interaction with the other kids is very important. I think she's missing out.
Is your wife teaching her homeschooling, or are you doing it, Ted?
Only me, bro. Yeah, Rachel's what's the word? Dyslexic.
Oh, okay.
So she's alright. She's alright on the texting type of.
Yeah.
But you know, like a ticker on the BBC News.
See, what they should do, some of them, is do video calling with the kids.
Yeah, well, the pep now they want me to film her having a fit now, which is going to be pretty. It's not the first thing I think of is reaching for a phone. Now. Yeah, they want me to film her. They want to see if they want me to film her having a fit, bro.
She's joking it. Well, so they keep paying her what she's entitled to. It's disgusting, isn't it?
You've nailed it, bro. Yeah. But they say it's because they want to see how severe her fits are. But I've done it. I've filmed her before, and you can hear me literally weeping, bro, because it's one of the hardest things I've had to do.
Yeah.
But I've done it, and now they want me to do it again. Yeah, you're right. It's a fucking. It grinds my goat.
You get all these people
taking the piss.
Yeah. Do you know what? They even reviewed my son on his autism.
My mother used to work in a doctor's surgery, and she has had to fill out sick notes for people with no arms and legs. It's not what you can't do; it's what can you do.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you haven't got arms and legs, you can still sit on a chair, and you can use your prosthetics. Yeah, it's what can you do? They're not interested now is about. And then you get these people who coming in and saying, "Oh, well, I got stress and anxiety, and you can't disprove it." And you can't really. How can you disprove that somebody's not mental or schizophrenic, other than them slipping up and being silly and them not being clever enough when they're trying to put it on.
Ridiculous.
And somebody who's very good at beating the system and knows how to play the system can go in and they know how to play it. They know how to act. They know how to
yeah.
They know how to put the schizophrenia on to get where they need to get their full rate pip. And they'll get it. And then people like me, I was going to take them to a tribunal. I went. They didn't give us a point easy on the first claim, the first pip claim. I filled out the forms myself. The second mandatory, which I obviously went for, to say what the fuck you lot doing. Yeah, I got a good claim. I called out the points, which I mean the bloke come to the house to do the review on us, and I said to him, "Look, bruv, but this is the way it is. Yeah, do you know what I mean?" And it's like, I know this is not fucking. And he said, "Look, nothing's gonna change." He went away. He done his report, and they didn't give us a point on the mandatory, the second claim. And I thought, this is fucking. So I phoned them up, and they said, "Oh, sorry, Mr. Jones, one doesn't affect the other." Well, it do. You don't get if you don't get that, you don't get your universal credit. You don't get your carers. You don't get your mobility. So all we was living on at this time was £23 child benefit on a Monday.
Cool. Ridiculous.
And I was taking them to court, a tribunal, but that was 2018, and we had to do Christmas that year on £23 a week. And it was basically, fuck you, Mr. Jones. We can't do nothing until PIP gives their decision. And Universal Credit were saying, well, sorry, we got to wait. And I said, thank you very much for ruining my. And I managed to sort it out a Universal Credit a week and a half before Christmas, 2018.
Yeah.
To save Christmas. Thank fucking the Lord. Thank the Lord. Otherwise, I would have been. I was thinking about going to supermarkets and robbing toys. And I was literally coming out in boils because that's the furthest away from who Taffy is. But I would have done it. I would have done it. But the system that year, I was food banking like you wouldn't believe. Food banks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing what I had to do.
Mental.
Yeah. And like I said to the missus, I'm gonna go to Asda's and I'm gonna fill a trolley and I'm gonna run down the fucking street with it like an idiot. But this is what I'm gonna do, like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming out in boils, I was literally coming out in boils, saying to my mother and father, Dad, and they were saying, don't be silly now, we give you money, we'll help you. And it's like I got pride, and that easy, you know? My pride is
Yeah, they try and take your pride away, don't
and
they?
I'll never forget that. And before the tribunal, then the 2019, I was taking him and I was going to stand in court and I was going to fucking tell him, judges, you bunch of cunts, yeah, what a waste of time, what a waste of money. You had time here now because I got a good case. My missus got epilepsy. I got a lot of fucking video, yeah. I mean, you was paying us DLA, and now it's gone to PIP. You haven't given us a point. Yeah, and meanwhile, mind, they were giving us full rate mutability, but the living side of the PIP, the basic living, we didn't have a point.
It's ridiculous how they do it, isn't it?
So they're saying, we're giving you full rate mutability. Use a brand new car.
Mm.
So they're accepting that she doesn't leave the house without me. Okay, that's the way we was rolling it. She doesn't leave the house without me, and when she's in the fit mode, she doesn't leave the house anyway. But they was accepting that, giving us the full rate enhanced mutability. I got the car outside.
Yeah.
I still got the car outside, but they wasn't giving us a point on the basic living. And this creased me, bro. So I was going to take him to court. I was going to stand in front of them judges and I was going to expose that system, that PIP system, for what it was. And they must have known because they sent me a letter. Mr. Jones, you have got to come to court now. We are willing to give you your basic PIP for living. I maybe should have gone to court and said, I want the enhanced, please.
Yeah.
I want the basic. But I accepted that because it was just so much head work, bro. Yeah. And then once the basic come in, then everything else rolled in. My carers, the universal credit. Yeah, man. I've had to fight. All I get is 64 pound a week.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, and I get called a benefit scrounger. If I could work, I would work because I don't want to be I'm not a carer. Yeah? I do it because I love my missus. I do it because I love her. It's not about the money. It's not about the fucking money. It's safety.
Well, no, you've got to do it.
Well, it's nothing she has. It's nothing she haven't. She haven't. Every time she goes down in a fit, it's like knockout easy. So you're going down full weight, dead weight, bro. So when she hits something, a corner, we've been lucky over the years. The 15 years, 16 years I've been with her. Yeah. Oh, she's been lucky, bro. One corner on her temple, bang, she's gone. But do you know what I mean? That's my fear. And I'm like when she was carrying Alicia, the baby, them 9 months, I was on DEFCON 2. Any fucking noise, bro. Yeah, 24 hours a day. know what I mean?
Wow.
Any sort of bang, and I was poof out of bed. I mean, and it was just like that type of thing going on for 9 months until she gave birth. Like. So I wouldn't like her to go through that again. No. I would love kids again, but no.
Nah.
I think we were blessed with Alicia, and the 9 months when she had 2 fits in the pregnancy.
Yeah.
And they were safe ones. Do you know what I mean? She was safe. She was in bed.
Yeah.
Safe. And thank the Lord. And no sort of things have been passed down to Alicia. Touch wood. With the epilepsy, it's no sort of no signs of that.
No.
Yeah. So bless. Thank the Lord, bro. I wouldn't like to tempt that fucking sort of thing again, like. Yeah.
Mad.
Yeah.
Well, gone mad, mate.
I'll quit while I got my girl. And yeah.
What was you doing before you was looking after your wife, Taff?
I was selling. I always worked. I worked from 16, from the time I left school.
Yeah.
I sold carrier bags when I left school in the 6 weeks holiday for years and years and years. And then I went to work for T-Mobile in the call center.
Did you just say you sold carrier bags?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
What do you mean? You sold carrier bags? What?
But I sold carrier bags to Tesco's.
Oh, right. I get you. Right. Yeah.
Big business, carrier bags. Everybody.
Did you ever work in the mines, Taff?
No.
Did any of your family in the miners?
My father, my grange. My father, yeah, my grange.
Christ.
My grange, my mother's father.
It was quite good pay working down there.
My mother's father owned my mother's father's father owned a pub down the road.
Yeah.
And the pub still stands, the Foresters it's called. And obviously it was kept open through the war. So my grange never went to war because the pubs were kept open for the moral.
So did you say you live in the valleys and out the way? So where's the nearest shop to you? Like
about 5 houses down. But it's the only shop in my area. From my back garden you can see Morrison type of thing.
And what's the population around the valleys, you reckon, Taff?
There's a good fucking couple of us, I would say. Let's just have a population of South Wales.
Because you're near the capital, aren't you? So, aren't you?
South Wales is a loosely defined region of Wales bordered by England to the east and Mid Wales to the north. It has a population of around 2.2 million, almost 3/4 of the whole of Wales, including 400,000 in Cardiff, 250,000 in Swansea, and 150,000 in Newport. And I'm near a Newport. I'm about 13 miles from Newport.
So you've only got country pubs and that round there, then, yeah?
Loads of pubs, bro. Yeah.
Just no nightclubs or that you have to go into.
I go to Bristol club,
yeah.
Yeah, the Coke in Bristol. I go, but I don't do it. I don't do it so much. No. And when I go to Bristol, I keep my head down.
Do you get much crime around the valleys?
Yeah.
Drug problem?
Yeah. Always have been since the pit shut, bro. Since the pit shut, it's never recovered. We've never recovered. If we rank the bottom for health, and the job prospects, the only way you're going to get out of here is by being a good fighter or good rugby player.
Is there a community around these valleys?
proper
Yeah.
communities. Yeah. We all know each other's business, and it's a good and bad thing. But like I said, Facebook makes it worse. But,
You get
yeah,
that crime?
with regards to the serious crimes like
Yeah.
like the paedophilia and things like that. We are very united with because the councils are moving and overlooking schools. But
Are you very traditional Welsh people in the valleys, aren't they? Have you still got the Welsh signs and that?
oh yeah, flags. There's lots of flags that are flying. Yeah.
What about the road signs and the street signs? Are they in Welsh?
Yeah. It's like the further you go up the valleys, it goes a little bit colder, and the people become better. Where the as you go to the top of the valley, sort of highest point, the people are better because they got less, and I find they're better people. They're more down to earth rather than the cities. Newport changed beyond all belief. It's multiculturalism gone crazy. Cardiff, same, and then Cardiff. I know a couple of people down Cardiff, and they've been telling me that you get all the young London colour boys coming down who can't make it in London, so they're coming down to Cardiff to have a go, seeing what they can do in Cardiff, yeah, because their bread bins in London are too big for them, and they can't find their place in London, so they're coming down to Cardiff, trying their luck.
Yeah, London's pricing out everyone, isn't it?
Well, they got their own gangs, haven't they? It's all about gangs, man.
Oh, right, you're on about county lines.
Yeah, but there's no gangs in Wales, in the valleys. It's none of that gang shit.
Yeah, but there's not much gangs in Cardiff, though, is there?
No, it's not. It's not gang. It's gangs in Wales. It's unheard of, but there's no gangs in Wales. But let me tell you, we'd come together as one. I know that. I know that for a fact. Every Welshman would unite if we had to.
Yeah.
Instantly. I could proudly say that.
You don't get much racism in Wales, do you?
If you live in the community where I am now, if you just keep your head down, sort of.
The wall looks
I mean,
more like the English form they would.
You can be a bit of a twat, like, but you could never commit the fuckery and the crimes that.
Yeah, I know they're very proud.
Because you either come out of your house and have an hiding.
I take it you get a lot of holiday makers, don't you?
Well, there'll be about 70 to 100 people come outside you if you're a paedophile and things like that. There'll be about 70 to 100 people.
Because it's a big holiday destination, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the paedophile treatment. Because the council are moving them overlooking schools, primary schools, bro.
Yeah.
So that can't happen. And well, the last one, about a mile away, a white man. Yeah, it doesn't matter what color. A white man. It was about 70 people outside his house, and the bloke whose family this guy fucked around with the kid. But he was waiting. He was screaming. He had come out here. Plus, there's about like another 69 people behind him. You either come out here or we burn you out. As simple as that, bro. I love that about where I live. I love that. I love that about my people. Yeah, you either come out, have your hiding, fuck you up, or because that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. And it doesn't matter if you're white, brown. You have it. Like,
yeah,
it's no prejudice. There's no prejudice. If you're doing that crime, you can have it. because we know and the police seem to allow it too. Because there's not enough police in the valleys to police 70 to 100 people for the crime that them people are actually turning outside that bloke's house for. So they're better off just saying, right, come out and take your ride in. More often than not, they do, because they don't want to get burned out. But there's been cases of houses being burnt to the ground because they won't come out.
Yeah.
So knowing this, bearing that in mind,
Yeah.
you're not gonna get that kind of factory then
Do
going on
you get a lot of
in the South Wales valleys.
Yeah.
Plus a stop to it, isn't it?
Do you get a lot of holiday makers in the summer, Taff?
No, our beaches are fucking full of shit, aren't they? So they've Barry Beach, Barry Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, Porthcaw's dead now. It used to be thriving. And I mean, I used to go down on. My father used to be a member with one of the pubs, one of the workmen's clubs, isn't it?
Yeah.
And remember the pound notes? Easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where they used to give all the kids on the bus again. Pound note.
Oh God, that's going back some years.
Fuck, guy. And I used to make that pound note go fucking miles, bro. On all the rides, candy floss, everything with 1 pound note. Yeah, fun. We used to fucking every summer, and in banging summers they used to be as well. So, yeah, good fond memories, but it's all gone now. It's all gone. It's all gone. Barry Island have had a bit of a lottery grant spent on it, a couple of mil, but
it's supposed to be nice there, isn't it, Barry?
Nah. If you're gonna go on holidays, go to Bream Sands or up Lake District. Down Swansea, you do the Mumbles Mile, do the piss up. There's a street.
They're not very friendly in Swansea.
There's a street, and it's called the Mumbles Mile, and basically it's all pubs down for a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got to work your way down and do every one.
Yeah.
I got to the 4th one. I was on my fucking arse. I done the Mumbles 4 pub. The Mumbles 20 yards.
I think what is a dodgy area in Wales is Newport.
Newport's a fucking shitbag, and that's 30 miles from me, right? And there's a contrast in the 2 different places where I am, right?
And Merthyr too.
Merthyr's the top of the valleys as you go up further.
That's supposed to be really rough there, isn't it?
It used to be, yeah. But
what's the other one? Bridgend, is it?
Bridgend is where people used to go to kill themselves.
Yeah, they said it was the most of the isn't it?
Yeah, Cribs Causeway and that, Cribs Causeway. But yeah, we ran bottom for health because we're mining. We're all fucking coal pits, man.
Yeah.
All from Newport up, all the way up, and I tell you, I'll tell you how many pits were shut. How many pits closed? Two. Here we go.
What time does Little wake up?
Oh, she won't be awake now till about when I beat her with a brush. Chuck cold water, bucket of cold water over.
Oh mate, don't.
I won't. It'll be lukewarm. Right, I can share this with you, bruv. You all right?
Yeah.
Right. Do you see it?
Hang on. Sky, what's the matter?
Okay. Been there. Loads of these places like this around in Wales now. Yeah. Because all the pits have been backfilled and flooded. You are. In 1984, the National Coal Board declared it wished to close 20 pits.
Yeah.
20 pits in
Wow.
South Wales. So 20 pits. And how many? How many? Yes. The last 5 pits to close were Merthyr,
Yeah.
Aberdare, why can't I get this figure? At one time, I could have chosen to work at Dean coal mines all within easy. After a strike, pit closures accelerated at such a rate that in the early 90s, there was only one deep mine left in the whole of South Wales. The endless list of coal mines that were within the area came to a surprise to me. South Wales. Nowadays, coal mining is merely a distant, fading memory in which most minds, of course, the young cannot remember anything of the industry that once dominated the area. It's with this in mind that I decided to create the website. The old mine shafts have been filled and capped, and the colliery buildings cleared. The land they once occupied is now home to such as supermarkets, playing fields, small industrial parks, employing mostly ex-miners or their descendants, me. Nearly all of the waste or slag heaps have been levelled or landscaped, some just grassed over, looking like green pyramids on the sides of tops of hills. All so different now to what it looked like so very long ago when the valleys of South Wales echoed and vibrated with the thump in the steam winding engines as they hauled the coal-laden cages up from the depths. For then, the valleys were vibrant with the mining activities as well as the numerous deep mines sunk into the valley floor. There were countless levels, small mines driven horizontally into the hillsides, working the seams of coal closet to the surface. Hidden too by the passing of the years is the hardship and the misery suffered by so many for the benefit of the few, when young children and women were forced by their social predicament to work long hours underground in poor conditions for petty pay, with little or no regard given by the mine owners for safety of the workforce. All afterlives were very cheap. If a miner were killed, there would be plenty willing to take his place. Bearing in mind, 87% of men in the valleys was a miner. And I don't mean they just went underground. There was all aspects of, like, you get your engineering, city and guilds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Electrical. Yeah. This is the attitude of the ruling classes, and it was repeated through the mining and other industries time after time. One instance of this total disregard for loss of human life reflected Brisker, which is down the road, which is about 6 miles down the road. The colliery explosion of 1860, 146 people, men and boys, lost their lives. This is basically, and there was with the death of 28 pit ponies and an estimated value of £1,000. I come from a family of several generations of miners. I worked underground as a collier for the past 30 years, like my father did. Though you may gathered some of my comments, I hold no feelings of regret for the passing of the coal mine era. Some ill-informed people might say that South Wales was blessed with an abundance of rich coal seams, but it's my belief that an industry that caused so much destruction of a once beautiful environment and cost the lives of thousands of men, women and children could hardly be called a blessing. It is my opinion that South Wales and the vast majority of its people were in fact cursed with that abundance of rich coal seams. Interesting. Interesting.
How much is a house worth?
My mother and father bought the house which I grew up in for £6,000.
Yeah.
Sold it for 58.
So that'd be like old pebble stone stuff, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I was born in 76. I grew up in that house.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're old mining houses. This house I'm in now is a mining house.
So how much would a 2-bedroom go for now?
They've just built brand new ones up the road. They got rid of the football pitch. Other boys used.
It's a waste of pay, isn't it?
Yeah.
Build them with the old chipboard, don't they?
And Red Row have just, and I think they're about 90,000 pounds, brand new. Then came the 80s when Maggie Thatcher's government showed their determination to drastically reduce the size of coal industry, thereby forcing the National Union of Mine Workers into a year-long strike. And I'll never forget that. Because my mother and father, or my father, only had me to look after, right? Imagine the families who had, or the miners who had 3, 4, 5 kids to feed, and they were then forced into work because they had to, and then they were ostracized by the whole of the community because they were classed as scabs, and spat on and beat up in the street. Because Miners United will never be defeated, and that was the rule. And then Scargill.
Wait a minute, Taffy. Sky, what is the matter?
She's not Welsh, is she?
I think you said this is a safe channel. Yes, it is a safe channel.
What the hell is she talking about? For instance, all the last year boys in the same school as myself ended up in Oakdale mining training. Oakdale is where I went to school, bruv. Oakdale is where my nan lives, my 94-year-old nan. In Oakdale. But no lack of choice, but mainly because of lack of other employment opportunities, and the trend was repeated throughout the coalfield. Boys such as myself with less than a grammar school education were usually destined for a career underground. For instance, all the last year ended up in Oakdale Mining Training Centre. That's keen. That's fucking... Yeah, I'm okay, bruv. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna make some toasties and I'm gonna go to bed. And
Is it worth going to bed, Taff?
yeah, I don't know.
All right, mate.
But
Thanks.
it'd be a pleasure, bro.
Mm.
I might bring this thing up again about the pits and because people belly vision and all that might want to know about it.
They might do.
Well, if they don't, it's tough fucking shit, isn't it? They'll have to kick me off to stop. So,
Rainbow would be interested.
yeah. Yeah, it
Oh,
says,
I'm not joking. It will be.
all the pits up in the north of England they got it the same. See, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
it's only Tower Colliery left.
yeah.
And that's in England. And the biggest part of pits were in South Wales Valley. Yeah, it's very sad, but it's sad. But I'm not grumbling. I'm not grumbling like Sky. But yeah, God bless you, Easy. And
See you later, mate.
love you, bro. Love you,
Bye.
Sky.
You.
Love you, Sky. Chill out.
See you later.